I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Here I am. Um, I was on the Uncut Underground channel. Shout out to Ty City. Um, shout out to Ty City. I was on the Uncut Underground. I was on the panel. Um, it's you know, it's 3:47 a.m. 3:47 a.m. is May. No, excuse me, April the 7th, 2025, and it's cold outside. Surprisingly for Texas, we cold outside. 80 years ago, you know, it's been 80 years since 80 years this month where two world leaders died, right? Two world leaders had passed away on opposite side of a global conflict. Yeah, one of them is our president, Franklin D. Roosevelt, died in Georgia. I think it was Warm Springs, Georgia, and crossed the Atlantic. A couple weeks later, the villainous mustache man, Adolf Hitler, and ever since then, and I'll say ever since the last Great War, 80 years ago, um, with the splitting of the atom and the atom bomb, you know, there are two things that's going on, right? And some people around here don't get it. Uh, and it's like what Ty City said. A lot of people are sheep. A lot of people on here are sheep, and they can't grasp what's going on. And it's getting really frustrating trying to tell people what's going on, and they just still trying to do this gender warring and race warring, whatever the case may be. If you ever watched the movie, there are a couple of books and stuff, but since people don't read like as they used to, there was a movie by there was a movie by um but but Berard Butler Gerard Butler. It was called Geospace Geostorm. Yeah, Geostorm. There was a movie called Geostorm, and the movie was by Gerard Butler. So at the end of the movie, the case was, since they had this satellite in outer space. Let me tell you the premise of the movie. The premise of the movie was there was the planet Earth was covered by a big wide net, and these nets are connected structure, I should say. It was like a connected netted structure that would drop down, and its satellite would drop down particles to influence the weather, and it was all maintained by the United States government. So during the course of the movie, there was a lot of they had frozen people in the middle of Iraq, Afghanistan. I think it was Iraq, where there was a snowstorm in Iraq and people was being frozen. and there was people being you know, people in China was being wiped out by blizzards and storms and tornadoes, you know, things like that. Um, but at the end of the movie, though, long story short, right? What's going on, Queen? What's going on with you? Long story short, um, long story short, the president was running for re-election, so he went to a national convention to you know to get his you know his second nomination. Come to find out, I think he was the Secretary of State. You know, I'm running through the course of the movie. You hadn't seen the movie, you know, too, you know, oh well. So it was the Secretary of State that engineered all these, you know, a conspiracy to knock out China, the Middle East, in South America, because then they asked him why did he take out these countries. He said, "Listen, after 1945, we never was um, we never was no longer in control." And then I watched another movie, and it's based on a conspiracy movie called the Executive Action. Now I showed that a clip of that movie on my last live stream, where they were discussing that by killing by you know by assassinating President Kennedy, they could um, start the Vietnam War, you know, run up the Vietnam War, so that the undesirables, you know, they can do a twofold plan in order to bring markets into Southeast Asia with capitalism, and also killing the undesirable, by drafting the undesirable citizens within the United States, like the Puerto Ricans, your blacks, and the undesirable whites, the poverty prone white class, um, and also the Asian community within Asia itself, because Asian, like especially in China, has a booming population. You kill a bunch of their population. That's if you watch that movie Executive Action. And this is what I'm going to say. After witnessing all of that, right? I'm no person who believes in conspiracy theories, right? I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I do see the mentality of many people online wanting to go back to 1945. 1945 was the time was the starting point for all of mankind. You can't go back. Every war we have, maybe with the exception of the American Civil War, you can't go back. Okay, the cat, you know, the toothpaste is out the tube. Okay, and this is what, you know, when you try to tell the men about the problem with the problem, you know, you got a lot of guys who want to go back to the old days of the 1950s and 1940s. You know, this dreamy rose colored glasses of the past, which they never even lived in. They think, oh, because a man is a man, and most men get married. Yes, most men, if you was a man in 1945, and if you was a person of good standing, you didn't have a criminal record, yeah, 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 you most likely you will have a wife. You will have you know, a wife and some kids. right? Because because the household depended on your income, your back, and your labor. A man back then, you know, if you was working in the energy sector, most men was doing what? Coal mining. Men was doing coal mining, and women who didn't have access to jobs and such back then had to acquiesce to the system. And and the system was okay. Well, men, the lower class men, you are guaranteed sex. You're guaranteed children, right? Because you are a man with dick and balls. Therefore, who cares? But because technology has advanced, and because of technology has advanced, women, with the washing machine, the dryer, appliances, women have more leisure time, and she gets to educate herself. While the top brass in society demands that you still be uneducated, and not encouraging you, not encouraging men to be educated. And this is the reason why you having a gap. Oh, I see Queen Sonicus in the chat room. Queen, notice that the master teacher BGS had made a response video to me and you. I hope you know that, right? He made a response video to me and you. However, I keep it moving though. But and and this plays into this, what I'm saying. Men are encouraged to be uneducated because we're told by the top levels of society that in order to be a real man is to protect and provide. Um, about a few hours ago, he did a little video to us. Um, I don't know, it was yesterday or the day before that, but I just received a tag, you know, from from that queen. So yeah, yeah. But going back to my topic, and that's why that's why you have people talking about the Monahan report. I mean, we gonna talk about BGS now. BGS talk about the Monahan report. Well, if he ever actually grasp what's the hell going on by reading the Monahan report, because none of those people who's listening to him never read it. In the Monahan report, they talk about the education system. Yeah, yeah. I just realized he made a live stream. So, with us in the title. Um, but anyway, talking about I agree with Big J and all that, right? But anyway, back to the point. I digress. Oh, these clowns who's in the news media, who's on social media, don't grasp that you cannot go back to pre 1945. You can't. You got white supremacists, ultra capitalists, the manosphere, and the right wing, the religious right, want everybody to go back to 1945 or before the Second War, the Second World War. Because before the Second World War, society was mainly one of a Judeo-Christian perspective. No, scratch that. Of a white Anglo-Saxon Christianity. Number two, women did not have access to certain jobs and certain positions within public affairs. The third thing you have is millions of non-white non-white the non-white members of Britain and United States did not have access to to the same thing. After 1945, that has changed. You can't go back. Women start getting their rights after the Second War. Or should I say, the war opened the gates to all these groups to have access. It wasn't right away they had the access, but from that year on forward, you see a slowly but increasing progress to a certain goal and accomplishment up till today. And you got fools on here who think, well, if we go back, maybe I get respect. But they don't even realize that the system that World War II was when the system crashed. I'm talking about the global system itself, the global system. And when I say system, I'm not talking about the government of the United States. I'm not talking about the government of the Soviet Union. I'm talking about the system globally. And I don't believe in no world government. No, don't sit there and think I'm about some world government, some secretive world government stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the system on how we look at things. It crashed. The civil rights movement started because the system crashed. The world order, the old world order crashed, and then we have the civil rights movement here in North America. The old colonial powers led by Western Europe. Africa is unshackled itself from British and French rule and Dutch rule, all that. It all began from 1947, 1945, and the last grasp of the old system is still living today, trying to hinder education. That's why Donald Trump was elected president. That's why the first thing that the Trump White House did was to eliminate was one of the things they tried to do is eliminate the Department of Education. Now I'm going to do a video on the Department of Education, how racist there's racist overtones and undertones about the elimination of the Department of Education, and how some of you idiots online who's in the manosphere talk about, yeah, man, I'm glad when y'all don't even realize that the Department of Education, the destruction of the Department of Education had to do more about the busing issue and the other issues surrounding i- immigration, the last immigration battles. Sealed the deal for that. See, none of y'all can y'all so worried about women so much, y'all can't grasp that concept because y'all so ignorant. Anyway, um, that's why I said I don't care about protecting women. I care about protecting the future. I don't care about protecting men or women. I care about the future. The future generation needs to be defended, not y'all who are in y'all 30s and 40s. Yeah, because hey, you must be at work. So I would drop the link though, but you at work. So um, but it's much more than just being educated, Queen. It's much more than just being preventing us to be educated. This is more about liberation. Okay, this is more about liberating the mind. When you are more educated, and when I say educated, right? Don't think though I'm talking about well, Big J, you're anti working at the warehouse, and you know I can't afford to go to college. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about access. The more educated you are, hold on. Yeah, give me the link. Okay, I give you the link. I give you the link. Hopefully they ain't hopefully ain't no dumbasses. Some dumbass hitting hitting um the link and try to troll. Cause I bounced that person. I bounced the ass up and out of here. So anyway, let me drop this. You know, wait for her to come up because it's 4:10 a.m. It's 4:10 a.m. April the 7th, 2025, and I expect the market. I expect there's going to be a crash. Um, I bet there's going to be a crash on Wall Street in the next 4 hours. There's going to be another Wall Street crash. It's coming, man. Thank God I sold some of my stock. About to sell me some stock in a minute before the market opens. Um, because I'm gonna get like another $100 out of there, and I'm gonna leave the rest of it over there. So I'll wait for Queen to come up on the panel because I dropped her the link. She said she want the link, so I'll give her the link. So yeah, gave her the link. So I'm gonna wait for her to come up. Okay. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, I got her. All right. What's going on, Queen?
Yep. Donald
Yeah.
Trump said he's crashing the stock market on purpose.
Yeah. And yeah, I was on Thai City, and we was watching that press conference. That press conference he had on Air Force One, and I think it was Air Force One because it was like a door open. He was just talking. People standing around that door, so I'm assuming it was Air Force One he was on, and or Mar-a-Lago, something like that. It wasn't the White House. So um yeah, and no, and I'm just like, y'all don't see what's going on. I mean, he's about to crash the market. He's about to crash the economy. And I'm looking at myself, right? I'm saying, man, I'm looking at my Robinhood account, and I'm like, oh my God, it's crashing. It's going down and down. I hurry up and sell. I hurry up and start selling. I start selling, and I start to sell, and I said, shit. At least I'm getting $100, but I'm thinking about selling some more and get an extra $100 out of it because I ain't and I'm gonna leave the rest of my money alone, but I'm gonna get at least $200 out of there. At least 300 out of there and just leave the rest up in there because I know I see it coming. You know, I'm losing money. Like damn. You know. So.
He said he crashing it on purpose. But he's
Mhm.
great reset. Yeah, what that means.
Right. Right. So yeah.
You gotta send me that link to this video.
The
VGSA.
Oh, hold on. I see in the back chat. Hold on. Let me see in the back chat. Hold on. Let me go ahead and grab it real quick.
If he thinks so stupid, I ain't gonna mix it.
Yeah, talking about he quote unquote agreed with me for a different reason. You know.
Whatever the hell he's reading is, he needs to see
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
done
Like
bullshit.
and you know what he did, right? You know what he did, right? He
Well,
did
he
not talk. He didn't talk about the video that I was talking about. He was talking about the video that me and you talking about that had nothing to do with him.
which video was that?
I get tired of these
I'm
stupid
trying
ads.
to.
Anyway, here it is. Here it is. I'm gonna put it. You know what? I put it in the chat room. I put it in the chat room so everybody can see it, right? And then I'm gonna put this in the private chat for you as well. You know, put it in the private chat. Yeah. I was checking my and you know, I got them idiots still tagging me. And I'm gonna say right now that's really harassment at this point. 15 tags in one day, yeah, that's harassment. I'm gonna address that shit in a minute though. I'm gonna address that shit because I'm tired of
You can
YouTube
report
allowing people just tag you endlessly. But anyway, the thing is, yeah. So he went ahead and tagged me. And I thought though he tagged you because he made a. I think though he tagged you in the in the
I ain't got no
description.
tag.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm.
Because I looked at his um uh yeah, because he actually did a at he added you. He said at Queen Sun Kiss. So I'm
I ain't
assuming he
get no
went ahead and
notification.
yeah, you didn't see no notification. Okay. So
Uh-uh.
so So yeah, it's on his the Master Teacher Response channel, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was
Say
wondering, I
keep
was like, well, which channel is it on? Because I'm not going to go around texting BGSA.
It's called keep your accents. Deuces black women. Big J Triple X.
Don't nobody give a goddamn.
And the thing was though, he missed the entire point. He missed the entire point what I was saying. He missed the
I
entire
mean,
point.
you had to know that. Of course he gonna miss the entire point.
Yeah. Because the point I'm saying, because of social media, black women are not going to do that because I mean the
Black women
generations
ain't gonna
now,
do that because black men up here talking about what black women doing instead of doing some shit. So they said that's why black women ain't gonna do
right, and that's why I said though that's why I'm saying to you, black women will never acquiesce to black men. And I said
that. They
that
will
because
if black men stop talking about shit that ain't got nothing to do with making some shit move. Shit.
right,
Nobody want
so
no rusty ass man that ain't contributing to
it,
society.
and the thing is though, all that shit is trickling into society, right? It's trickling into real life, and you know, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and you're going to shake your head.
Okay. Let's go.
That's part of the reason why I'm talking about myself now.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I don't know what I should say or not. I think that's part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why I'm single. Or that's part of the reason why a lot of men are single. A lot of women are single because of
Your
because
ass
of
saying because you like crazy ass women. That's why you say.
no, hold on. No, I'm making a statement. I'm making a general statement.
I'm
The
keep
point I'm
quiet.
saying is the rhetoric that's online has permeated into real life that when that because of there are faceless individuals online saying hate speech that women or men, right? Women or men are backing away from each other. I mean, the young men, young women are backing away from you because of the unknown. They don't know the online activities of their.
No,
Oh, you don't believe that?
no, not at all. Young people don't
Okay.
even have these type of conversations, and when they listen to these conversations, they think something is wrong with us. The only people that sit up here listening to these conversations that are young people is folks that you would put in the category of incel or femcel anyway. The people,
Okay,
people that's regular, they not listening to shit. They think something
yeah,
wrong.
but I disagree with you because with Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit, we
Look at Fresh and Fit. Look at Fresh and Fit. Who the fuck wants to date them?
it's not about them being dated. I'm talking about the message that
Who
it's
gives a fuck about their
permeated.
message? Look at them. Some no woman won't even one of it. So they gonna talk to shit that they talk.
You're looking at who whether they're dating or not. I'm talking about the message, the
Who
popularity
cares
and
about their message? You talking about messages from people that ain't up to snuff. These are people
okay,
that is not
okay,
even.
okay then. Okay, Queen. When every time I look at the news,
Uh
who
huh.
I see Andrew Tate. Every time I go to CNN or Fox News, Andrew Tate's sitting right. The Tate brothers.
Uh huh.
You know, so when I'm seeing them, and then I see Donald Trump saying, "I support the manosphere," so manosphere support me. When I'm hearing that,
Uh huh.
that already tells me that that the that the message that their propaganda is in the ether, is already out there. Is
It's
no
all kind of shit out there. All I can talk about is the people that I talk to. I talk to young people. And I still got children already. So I need to be abreast of what's going on in they living world. The people I talk to don't be talking about this shit. They say they think something wrong with it.
yeah, but you, yo, but just like the video that I put in my community tab. Uh, I think that was you who emailed me, right, about that interview about Syracuse University. You remember that email you sent me about Syracuse University when they had all
Talking about
the
that
black
focus
men?
group.
Yeah, that focus
Yeah, did you
group.
see them dudes? Did you see them?
Yeah,
Them not
yeah,
young. Those are young. Those are not young men. Them some old niggas.
yeah. But look what they saying now in that focus group. You know, I'm
Look,
sitting there like,
77% of black men voted Democratic.
yeah,
77% of black men.
y-
So that means
yeah,
most of the black male population is not voting against their best interest. You only got 22% of the black male population
yeah.
that is
And guess
voting.
what? And guess what?
What?
That number, and much of that, and much of that missing 22% came from the state of Georgia and North Carolina.
Red states, which makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, Georgia, but Biden won Georgia in 2020, and
And
in North Carolina is actually a purple state, not a red one.
so what?
so what I'm saying is, so I'm saying is, okay, you know what? I'm
I'm listening. Go ahead.
it's frustrating.
It is
It's
frustrating, but I feel like y'all can't be frustrated about a small group of motherfuckers. It's always gonna be stupid motherfuckers. Always. They not going nowhere. God knows stupid people too.
yeah, well, I guess, but you know, but 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 I see people trying to go back to pre 1945, and there, you know, it's not just the manosphere, it's the evangelical community, it's the, you know, I'm gonna say it's like this. I view the evangelical community as a threat to world peace. Um, you know, since Trump made Mike Huckabee the ambassador to Israel, and then he endorsing what's going on with the Palestinians, um, and they want Israel to conquer the rest of the Middle East. You know, the whole greater Israel concept thing, like, you know, stretch the boundaries from Israel um, from the Mediterranean all the way to the Cyprus River. Not Cyprus. What's that river in Iraq? We want to stretch the boundaries. You know, from that river to that sea, the Tigris River to that Mediterranean. You know, um, I view, you know, so I view all these groups as wings of this new fascist America, or new fascist West. Um, you know, and they're trying to regain power that was missing in 1945. I mean, I'm gonna say this for the next thousand years, you're gonna have historians saying 1945 was the, you know, was the cornerstone of their modern, of their civilization. Whatever that civilization may be within the next 200, 500, 1,000 years. They're gonna say 1945 was the make or break point, you know, to drag humanity into one era into another. You know, whether we uh, go back into the dark ages, remain into the dark ages of colonialism, racism, and sexism, or are we going to a place where it's more um where everybody at least have opportunities and freedom, at least some form of freedom. um but you know, and you know, I don't know if you watched that movie Geostorm. I saw that part that guy said at the end, yeah, we try and go back to 1945, and then I watched that other movie called Executive uh what's it called, Executive Action, uh, about the assassination of Kennedy. He also said the same thing, a similar thing. And I'm like, well, I mean, I guess everybody knows it, but they're trying to stop it. They're trying to stop this. Um, they're trying to maintain this. You know, and I think though, uh, because democratization of people getting to Wall Street, getting investment, trying to be the good little capitalist that they told us to be. Now though, they want to crash the market to get rid of us and maintain the white, you know, the white upper class structure. Um,
Because what the fuck is they gonna do? You still need people to work. Like, what the fuck? This, all these people city and crazy.
no, like, no, like they want to den out the herd. They really want to
Oh, they're
thin
trying to
out.
reduce the population.
Yeah. They want to thin out the herd out a bit because it's not working. It's working, but it's not working fast enough. That's why I think though they voted for Trump. You know, Trump promised everybody, I'm gonna end the war between Ukraine and Russia. No, that's not. And then he exacerbated the problem by stabbing all his allies in the back and giving them this tariffs. And then and I told this to Ty City. I'm going to do a video on this, and I'm warning people right now. Ukraine is making a nuclear bomb. They're going to do that in the next 6 months. I don't know why people telling me, Big J, you know what you're talking about. No, I know what I'm talking about. They're making a nuke. And I saw a news article from last year suggesting that the Ukrainian government is going to make one. And I'm saying, okay, if they since Ukraine is in a desperate situation, and let's say though they go ahead and launch one, or they drop one over Russia. Instead of trying to encourage, instead of making it a credible peace deal, right, with a Russia or between Russia and Ukraine, they exacerbating the problem. So the Ukrainians had no other choice but to make their own nuke. So
Russia don't want no peace deal. It doesn't benefit
I know.
Russia.
It's too late. It's too late for a peace deal now. It's too late
Well,
for
I
it
mean,
now.
they don't want one no way. They weren't gonna never have no peace deal. It's
Well,
not economically.
I think though before that there was a window. That window's closed now. The window for a peace deal now is closed. But what I'm
Russia
saying is,
can't.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
That window for a peace deal is closed. But now, because so many troops are now been slaughtered and so forth. Um, and then I'm watching the German troops that's now placed on the Russian border are mobilized. Well, let me say the Germany has just mobilized, and I'm like, okay. When I'm looking at that, I'm looking at the polls. They slowly mobilizing. So I'm just like, I don't know. I just think though they're trying to thin out the herd. Uh, you know, will down the world population, especially those of the lower class, because Trump and whoever else is in power, all these leaders who are in power will most likely survive the onslaught. But those of us who are in the bottom rungs of society are not going to survive it because they're going to take us out of the game. And that's what I see. And too many people around here are too busy trying to shame, blame, and explain, they're too busy trying to worry about what the black man and the black woman doing with the SBE content, rather than saying, "Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, I'm hearing ambulance.
Wait.
Well, hold on, I'm hearing ambulance. Must be a car wreck or something. Hold on." Anyway, yeah. So and you try, like you tried to tell, make, maybe I'm ahead of people, and a lot of people are saying that. Yeah, I'm kind of head of the curve. Um, it's like what V Dub said though. The other day, I follow world news. I follow, a lot of us we follow the world news and world information, and not just glued to American, American centric um, sources of information.
Hell no, other news sources are much better than American news sources. Shit.
I mean,
American
they
news
are.
sources
Yeah, they are.
full of
They are.
propaganda and bullshit.
Yeah, they are. And the problem with the problem is though, um, is that American culture celebrates stu, stu, stupidity. They celebrate
American culture
stupidity.
is full of goddamn capitalistic bullshit.
Yeah. It's based upon capitalism. You know, that's why somebody said, well, Big J used to be over there at the UK, the black UK sector. Yeah, I used to be over there, and I'm just like, the conversations that's being had is more salient. A lot is 100 times salient. Um, yeah, and I'm just like, yeah. And I'm saying, right. I'm saying that Americans are being dumbed down. We allowed ourselves. We're supposed to be a superpower, a global superpower, but then we are dumbing ourselves down. You know, and it's getting out of hand. The stupidity is getting out of hand. You know,
America is such about who got the most greed.
you said what?
America gives blowjobs to whoever got the most money.
Hmm. Yeah, that's all that matters. Is that who got the most
That's
money?
it.
Huh?
And whatever they want to push, whatever agenda they want to push, whatever nonsense they want to put out there, that's what becomes the status quo. Because we worship money.
Yeah, but I like to see something different. I like to see something more salient. Um, um, more. Um, I don't know. I like to see something more salient. Um, you know. Um, and in Moa was right though. I am set shadow ban. Yeah,
You been
yeah.
shadow man. This ain't news.
I know. I
Shit.
know. Ain't new. I know. Ain't new. But just for her even saying that and her noticing that, it really uh angered me. You know.
Most of the channels in this space is shadow ban.
You know. Because it just only remind me. It only remind me what the niggas on Rumble did to my channel. You know. Um, it only remind me of that bullshit, and I'm like I'm trying to forget. I forgot. I ain't forgot. I'm trying to forget about it, but yeah, it kind of reinforced. It kind of brought up what it kind of remind me, of that bullshit being shadow banned. So yeah, and I was talking about, you know, so anyway.
Most of the channels in this space is shadow ban. So the conversation is not productive. And aside from the fact that YouTube makes money off the space, they really don't want the content on this space. That
And
is
that's
why
why, and that's
a lot
why,
of these people
and
be
that's
on
why,
this.
and
Go
that's
ahead.
why, that's why I said I'm taking this. Whatever problems I have with the manosphere, I'm taking this off YouTube. I'm putting this out in real life. For 2026, and I mean that shit. Um, you know,
I
you can't
mean,
go ahead.
I think that's a good thing.
You
It's,
know,
they loud on the internet. They're not that loud in society. But the few of them that would cause a problem in society, somebody should be watching
right, right.
it. And I'm not worried about this nation that you're talking about. They're not moving no needle.
Hmm.
They just a mouthpiece for somebody else propaganda agenda or whatever. I mean, if that's what
Hmm.
they want to do, that's what they want to do. Everybody has their right to live their life how they choose.
And this is the reason why, right? This is the reason why. You know,
What's the reason
uh,
why?
I don't know. Look at the screen, right? Now, now
Okay,
you
come
see,
on.
now you see this image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that individual can pull out guns out on people numerous of times, but he ain't Shalaban. And this tells me, and that's why though I went to the Federal Trade Commission and filed against YouTube over this, because if if everybody else is Shalaban and he and everybody else can go on and you know and get away with shit. Now, why would somebody hit the panel for when I said for Queen Sunkiss to hit the link?
Who is it?
I want hold on. I'm about to boot his ass up out of here.
Oh, it's a dude.
Yeah, I thought it was that dumbass red demon bitch. But like I said, listen to me because yeah, it's time for me to. Cause I written down what I want to do. I already, you know, you know, I've written down like years ago what I want to do, and I'm going to stand on business on that shit. And I dared them to stop me in 2026. Now, let me ask you something, Queen. Should I let this person up or should I not?
Who the fuck is it? I've been a big check. Tell me who it is. And I'm leaving to know because did they type in the chat and ask could they come
No,
up or
but
did they just
yeah, he already types up in the back.
oh Lord, no,
Yeah, okay,
no,
good. No, good. Don't bounce his ass out of here.
no.
No, yeah, good. I'm glad you said that. I don't got time
No, cause
for that shit.
this we not talking about nothing that pertains to what the hell he got going on. So no.
Right.
Come back next time. We having a conversation you can get in on. If they need y'all be getting on my nerves, be ready to conversation.
I don't care, man. If you want to call me, you know what? Since you said that, call me a coward. Hold on. Give him something to think about.
No. Let him call you a coward. Just tell his ass to pull
No,
up.
any man that says he'll beat a woman's ass, you already
Oh,
coward.
that's a fucking nigga. That's a fucking
No,
nigga.
no. He already told too many women on it was a Grandmaster Troll's channel, Reg's channel, on Slap of Don's channel. He said he'll whoop a woman's ass. So
What
he,
about
he
the
got the
negative?
he got the gall to say, "Oh, I'm a coward." He said in the chat room, "I'm a
Yeah.
coward." Yeah, he's a nigga that goes around to women talking about I whoop a woman's ass. Get the fuck out of here, man. Anyway,
You can just set up a date and time that he can come over here and talk to you if he want to talk.
shit. I tell you what.
Stop
I
being
tell you what. I
niggas
tell you,
be real yo
if he wants to talk to me, if he wants to talk to me, I tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and griff. I'll griff, okay? I'm a griff. Go ahead and cash at me if you want to talk. Otherwise, mind your fucking business and go on to somewhere else. And you know what? But you know what else I'm thinking though?
What?
I'm not subbed to his channel.
Uh-huh.
But he's trying to talk to me.
Uh-huh.
And notice the last few weeks, him, Hardcore Tito, those MGTOW niggas, they all want to talk to me all at the same time. Oh, I want to know why. Oh, it's because though I'm now a threat. It's now though I'm now a legitimate threat now because y'all wasn't paying attention to me then in the past, but now all of a sudden I am because I gave y'all a little hint because I got my white paper and my green paper ready. Anyway, but like I said though about they want to return to
They may want to do this too.
huh?
They may want to do this. This ain't this. They may want to do it. The funny thing is, they glorify a time that wasn't that great. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. So
I don't know what to get wrong with people. It's crazy.
mm-hmm.
Not too. He's not too demanding. Hey, Fred. How you doing?
Now though, I'm accused of having white women on my channel and building myself up with white women. I'm like, y'all are dumb.
Now who did that? Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Gonna say, you got that idiot over there talking about I'm trying to use white women as a come up. White women have always been on my channel. What the fuck you talking about? Caucasian women been on my channel. I mean, Jenny McDermott been on my channel. Pure Butterfly. You know, Carolina. Cat Smith. I'm like, Tiffany before Tiffany before she had died. Hope. You got numerous of people, Caucasian women been on my channel. So now you who had known me in 4 years, you're going to sit there and imply that I'm using white women as a come up. No, maybe because I have a divorce. Maybe because I go through different sectors of YouTube. Maybe because I go to different sectors YouTube and shit. And what happened?
Turn you down. I got my earbuds on. This thing was loud in my ears. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'll
wasn't you.
lower down my
It was
mic.
me.
Oh,
No, it's not you. It's me.
Oh.
I had to call and wake my husband up so he was taking me to make it work.
Oh, he at home?
Yeah, he was at home. He had to go to a funeral. His uncle died. So
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Friday, yeah. And then his mama guilt tripped me because I didn't come. Like, everybody, I used to think I was working on no damn funeral. Y'all Y'all keep sending me the obituary. Y'all got it. So he got back this morning, and then
Mm-hmm.
he took us to the arcade because my son's birthday was on Tuesday.
Uh-huh.
We went there, and so he'll usually sleep till about 3 because he worked like 3 hours away. So I
Mm-hmm.
was calling to make sure he was up so he can get his ass to work. Okay, get your ass out of there.
Right.
Goodbye. See you later. I don't know when the next time I'm gonna see his ass. 'Cause they working 7 days a week now.
Mm-hmm.
We need to go file taxes. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna make this happen. Oh yeah.
Don't even remind me of tax season. Don't even remind me of that shit.
I be sick of tax season. Like, what the fuck? Bro, I pay
Actually,
taxes all year. Leave me the fuck alone. Just leave me alone. I don't even give a damn about the refund. Leave me alone with this taxes shit. Just leave me alone.
yeah, man, don't even remind me. Don't even remind me about taxes. You have to sit there and do the motherfuckers. Shit, I already pay like the property taxes. Shit, I
I
already
heard the
paid for the
property
property.
taxes and taxes is going the fuck up.
Man, don't even. That's what I'm telling you. Don't even remind me. Don't remind me. I use my refund check to pay for the property taxes.
You know, I would just pay the property taxes throughout the year so I wouldn't have to worry about that shit at the end of the year.
Shit, man, don't even remind me of property taxes. I just like, yo,
Look, I'm trying to get some property taxes
I ain't
filed
trying to deal
too.
with that. I ain't trying to deal. Listen, I ain't trying to deal with that. I don't want to.
You ain't
I
trying to
don't.
deal with it, and I'm trying to deal with it, okay? I'm trying to get me some property tax profits, okay? Let me get it here. I'll take it.
Texas trying to get rid of property taxes. Florida, Florida got Florida. I think Florida's is getting rid of theirs.
And replace it with what?
That I want to see. I need to do research on that. Are they doing like a complete um sales tax? I wonder if they're doing a complete sales tax.
Man, I don't know what it is.
You
I don't
know,
know what's going on. I don't know what these people do. It's even
you know,
crazy.
so
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, damn, property taxes going up in Texas. Ain't
hell
even let it
yeah,
know.
hell yeah, it's going up. Hell yeah, it's going up.
That's crazy. But I don't know if I want no property down south. It's too goddamn hot.
Hmm.
I don't want to be up here for real though. But my kids want to graduate up here, so I don't think I want to wait till they graduate to buy no house.
Well, man, how many times though they have it moving? I mean, since they're they're military kids.
They done been everywhere. See, they ain't been stable nowhere. So they got junior high. They started junior high up here, and they told me that they didn't want to move no more. They want to graduate from where they is, which I think is crazy because they in a what you call it, a Title II. They in a Title II district. I'm like, y'all not getting no real student, but that's where they want to be. So I said, fine.
Well, I don't know. It's their last year. It's none of my business, but it's like their last years of
Yeah, that's why I
what's
said
going on,
fine.
Pierre?
I said
Yeah, what's
that's
going
fine.
on, Pierre?
Hey, here. I said, I told them okay, cause I get it. It's your last year. You don't want to be bouncing and moving around, but I would have thought they'd have wanted to go to a bigger school, but that's fine. They can say, I don't care. This, I don't know. I might end up buying another property somewhere else later. Cause
Mm-hmm.
it's too fucking cold up here, but it's too fucking hot down south. I don't know. Maybe I should get one up here and then buy me something in the Virgin Islands. Cause
Yeah,
I
but
really do want to.
yeah, but
Uh-huh.
I was talking with with Black Beauty on Taylor's channel. When was that? Friday, Saturday night,
Uh-huh.
and she was talking about doing the same thing, moving and shit. And I don't know why y'all want to get out of Oregon, because the mountains, those rivers, those trees, y'all have beautiful
But
atmosphere. It's
Oregon is
beautiful over
fucking
there,
racist.
y'all. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Oregon is a racist ass state. I've
Oregon
been.
is more racist than any motherfucking state down south. Okay?
Yeah,
Oregon is
because
fucked up.
yeah. Oregon is racist because um I learned about the history of Oregon. Man, most people from Oregon came from Mississippi. That came from Alabama. That migrated. To
Do
like.
you know they talking about getting rid of reading, math, and some other subject? And they talking about they gonna get rid of it because the black kids can't pass it.
Say that again. The black kids couldn't do what? They couldn't read and write. Is that why they want to get
They
rid of it?
said yes, they said they gonna get rid of math, reading, and it's another subject they talking about get rid of in the electricity. They get rid of it because the black kids can't pass it. Now, tell me how much sense they make when Oregon is a predominantly white state.
Right. Because like most because m- most black people in Oregon, they're in where? Portland, um,
And the
and
end,
so forth.
the end, Portland, the end. That's where
Yeah,
you gonna find the black people in
yeah,
Oregon.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So hold on, let me do this real
Oregon
quick.
racist as hell. Shit, you don't hear too much about Oregon. You might get strung up. Shit,
Hmm.
all this stuff. I was excited. I was like, ooh, they got crystal lakes and all this shit. Because the likelihood I'm gonna see that shit is slim to none because it's dangerous.
Yeah, but I would like to go there because that Crater Lake. I want to visit the West Coast. Tell you the truth, though, if you ask me, I want to visit the West Coast. Um,
So they don't
so
have
so.
to prove mastery of reading, writing, or math
Hmm.
until 2029.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
They can't keep the kids in school.
Hmm.
So rather than figure out why they can't keep the kids in school, they decided that they gonna get rid of the proficiency of the subjects, take that shit away, and just let motherfuckers graduate, and then turn around and blame it on black folks. Y'all don't even got a black population up there. Shut your ass.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She was talking about moving. Man, you got good. Like I wouldn't leave all those mountains and rivers and shit. You got some, but who am I this you know to talk.
It's
I
pretty,
wouldn't. I would never
but
leave. I'll never leave no beautiful scenery like that. I couldn't. It's beautiful over there.
man, look, 2.4% of the population. I don't think you understand. You gonna have to come up here and visit so you can see this shit.
Well, I'm listen. I live in a town
No,
that's
Big
not.
Day. No, 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 no. Living in a town that's predominantly white is not like living in a fucking state where you can go weeks without seeing another black person. That's some different shit. That is some this some different shit. Okay, this is different. You gotta come up here and visit so you can see this shit. Then you might be able to understand. This is not for the faint of heart. Okay,
Well,
this
I
is
know.
some other shit.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm too used to that, so it doesn't really bother me though like that.
No,
Maybe.
no, hell no. See, I'm telling you, you don't understand. You don't understand because you still in Texas. Texas still got a pretty decent black population. Okay,
Well.
I
I
thought
don't
I was
know
used to it
Pierre.
too.
Hold on. I don't know Pierre, but I gave him the boot. I gave him the boot. So you know. Nah,
I
go ahead.
I thought I was used to it too until we got
Hmm.
here. Oh hell no, this is different. I don't know how to describe it, but it's very much different. It's very different. I was like, God, I done been through culture shock. I don't know how many times throughout this man's military career, and yeah, this right here, this is an up and done for me. This now this is not like being the only black person in the restaurant. No, you the only black person in the city. Okay, this is crazy. Okay, you see the whole school wide thing, right? Whole school wide thing. I can literally find my children with little to no effort. Just little black dot in the crowd. Like, oh, well, there go mine. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's, it's a bit different than being in a predominantly not so demographic of people town or something like that. No, that's why it's even more crazy that they would sit up there and push this type of propaganda, talking about they gonna end these subjects because the black kids, my ass, y'all got two black people make up 2.4% of y'all population. You is not getting rid of those subjects for less than probably 1% of the population. So 2.4% of the population is not in school.
Hmm.
Don't ask for a leaf or calling me out my name. You think I'm gonna allow you to get it? Who calling you out your name?
The nigga was calling me all sorts of incels and let me see what he said. I'm an incel, a coward, and all that. And he think
Come
I'm gonna
on,
keep
it's like
believing. Yeah. That yeah.
no. All you gotta do is strike up a stream when you got some free time, make you a sandwich, pour you some lemonade, and at his ass and be like, come on through. And sit there and wait for his ass. And if he show up, then y'all can fight. If he don't show up, then you can call him out kind of night. Stop letting these people interrupt your streams.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah. Um. Anyway. Um.
But yes, they've been trying to go back to the. I don't know what the hell these people doing. First of all, I don't know. Going backwards is not possible.
And when I saw what's the name from Notre Dame, with that football player who went on to Notre Dame and made that little speech, and I'm like, do y'all actually read what he's saying? I mean, actually read that speech, about women become wives, that is your duty and all of that. If y'all actually read the entire speech, because the only thing they did, that took clips. I don't know why y'all angry at I forgot that white dude. He used to play for the
They
uh
said they crazy ass shit.
yeah,
Basically
like,
told them they get the education so they can stay at home and educate their kids. So stupid ass
right.
damn.
Right. So if they actually read it, right? If they actually read the speech, if they actually read it, right, you know what he's advocating for. Y'all don't, that they want certain groups of people to be subjugated to,
I'm not gonna
his
say what's
flag.
gonna happen. They finna get a rude awakening that they ain't gonna like. Okay. And I
You
ain't
know,
gonna say. I'm not gonna say shit. I'm just gonna sit here and watch because if they think that the female population finna deal with that shit, okay, all right, I
hmm
go ahead with that.
right.
Y'all don't know what's gonna happen to y'all. Absolutely crazy. I don't know what's wrong with these people.
No, we need to, you know, we need to revamp the education system. Um, and we also need to, um, and I'm advocating for the breakup of Google. I want
So let's
Google.
talk about that.
All right.
What do you mean revamp the education system? What does that mean?
I mean, retool the education system. Like, okay, how how is our education system is funded, right? Well, like we fund our education by with property taxes,
Uh
and
huh.
that's been and this is across the country, right? The
Yeah.
county, the county and city governments use property taxes to fund education, right? Well,
Right.
the problem with that is that your how wealthy you are and how poor you are is determined by what? Your zip code. So if you in a place where it's poor, you will get poor, because if you in a poor region, like I'm gonna use South Texas, but both of us are Texans, right? Both of us are
Yeah.
Texans, so therefore let's use Texas, right? South Texas is a poor area, right? It's very poor.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, if I'm in Laredo, I'm coming from a poor school. I'm from Brownsville. I'm coming from a poor school, right?
Uh
So
huh.
so if I'm in Dallas, Dallas is what? Most likely Dallas is primarily wealthy. You know,
Okay.
it's based upon the zip code. It's
Right.
not based upon okay, this school district would get this set amount of funds. This school district over here get this amount of funds. It's based upon who what zip code you are lived in or born in. Not no whole let's equalize education. And you get the Manusferian idiots in the black conservatives. They'll talk about single family house homes when there's been single family house homes in those rich areas too, but they're not talking about those areas because you can always can find single parent households all over the place. Single,
Yeah, but what you mean by revamp the education system?
I mean, how it's funded
Oh,
because
change how it's
because
funded. So what?
yeah how it's funded is the primary problem. Because if you go
So how
to
would you suggest it be funded?
I think direct, I think a even set amount of money,
I
from
don't think that's works. I don't think that works. I don't think that's very logical
why why why,
for
why, why,
everybody to
why,
get this because I don't think everybody the same amount of money across the board for everybody don't seem very feasible depending on where you are. You like, for instance, where I am, this is a rural area.
mm-hmm,
Okay, so a lot of the education is going to be centered around agriculture and trade things and stuff like that.
Right, right.
Whereas if you got kids that's in an urban environment, they don't necessarily need those things because they can readily go out and find jobs and shit like that because they're in an urban environment. So they don't need money for it.
No, but no, what I'm saying though is okay. If you are okay, Brownsville is a city in Texas, right? So
Yeah,
so is
man,
Dallas,
is a border state, a border city.
right? So but Brownsville still is a major. Well, I wouldn't say it's a major city, but it's a well known city, right? In Texas.
Yeah,
So, so well, I don't know. I don't know. I think
this
though
is still poor.
how it's funded. I think the problem is how it's funded is
I
a
do
source.
think that they should do something about um, the funding for low income areas. At the same time, it is so many different things that these schools can do to level the lack of funding that they're not getting because of the zip code.
Okay, and then what? Okay, what do you suggest?
I mean, honestly, I don't think it's something that the government really needs to be trying to fix. I don't have an issue with property taxes under the education system because being a parent in the education system that done been in first of all, I was homeschooling because I fucking refused to put my children in school in what's the hell Georgia. I was like, hell no, y'all can't go to school here. Nowhere in the state of Georgia will my children be educated. Fuck that. No. I will educate you myself. I let these people do anything with you. But that's how trash their education system is. So, I don't necessarily take issues with the funding because it's so many programs. Like, if you cook, and see, this is the issue. If you live somewhere where people don't have access to food and stuff like that, then they probably can't take advantage of stuff like this. But they have them little tab thingies, like you can pour that thing out the butter, send it to the school. The school collects out those things, send that shit back to their company. Their company gives money to their school. It's so many different programs like that a lot of these schools use to get money, to get technology, to get all this different stuff for their school. You don't necessarily need a whole lot from the government if you willing to reach out and do stuff for yourself. The
Hmm.
school that my daughter went to, in her last stages of elementary school, they set up this. It was two teachers that set up over the summertime and wrote, look for different grants to get money, and they got an outdoor classroom because they took the time to sit out and go get this money that is out there available. It's a lot of different ways you can bridge these gaps, but you need community and parental involvement in order for these things to happen. And a lot of times in these schools that are so-called underfunded, you don't have a lot of support for the school. And if you don't got support for your school, you got a bunch of people that's not taking any initiative in their children's education. That ain't the government's problem.
I disagree. I somewhat disagree with that, but
I
I,
mean,
I
I can
still I still
understand.
because I still think though is how we fund schools. Okay, let's use Louisiana, right? Let's use Louisiana, right? Because Louisiana education system is bad, and knowing how these niggas online talk from Louisiana, they it's like like they don't read, like niggas can't comprehend. But anyway, um, you know, like the richest zip code and the poorest zip code in Louisiana is close by. I think that's right off the skirts of I think it's right. I think that's near New Orleans, right? Where the rich zip code and the poorest zip code of the state is close by, and you know, and like you just walking across the street, you know, it's so bad that you just crossing the road, you are in the poor area. The quality of education is down just simply by crossing the street. And I think though it's something like that. It's not advantageous to the student based upon you
It
just
might
crossing
not
the
be
street.
advantageous to the student, but come on, as a parent or as an educator, if right across the street there is a difference in education, don't you think that would make me as an educator or a parent do something to try to bridge that gap? Why does that mean that the government needs to step in? The government don't need to step in from that. Y'all need to get off y'all sorry ass and do something.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from what the parent perspective. That part I understand, but I'm talking about the system itself. I'm talking about the system itself. I'm not talking about the responsibility of the parent. I get all of that part. My
But
issue
that's what I'm
is
saying.
the
I have
system itself.
seen some impoverished schools do very well because they had a support system.
Right, I understand that. But I'm talking about the system. But the
Yeah,
system
but
itself.
the system is doing what it's supposed to do. If you ain't got no look, if you ain't got no money, okay, then what the hell the system supposed to do? They supposed to keep taking from people that got money to give to your ass, and y'all not gonna support the school no damn way. So how is that fair to the people that put effort into their kids?
Well, if you go to this one little area in Louisiana where we by just simply crossing the street, I think you would change your mind on that because just by simply crossing that street and anybody can cross that street at any point in time. I mean, me by just walking a
Uh
short
huh.
distance, and
I don't.
go ahead.
I don't think I'm gonna change my mind. The only way I'm gonna change my mind is if I was to go there and I was to see a whole bunch of parents and educators putting forth the effort and they still ain't getting nothing done with their school. That might change my mind. But from what I have seen,
Hmm.
being an active parent, when them schools be impoverished like that, they don't have no support from the parents. Half of the educators don't care and all of that type of shit. That's not a government problem. I'm sorry. If you want your children educated, they're going to be educated.
I, I I get that part, but you're looking at it from the parent being responsible to their children, make sure their children are well educated. I'm not denying that. I'm talking about what the powers that be is influence on that geographical location and making policies that would engender that person or gender people within that area to be stuck there. You understand what I'm
But
saying?
I understand what you're saying, but again,
Okay.
it's gonna go. It's always gonna go back to these people because these people 9 times out of 10 don't know who the superintendent is. That's not a government problem. That's a people problem. That
I,
means that you got people running your school district. You don't know who they is. You don't know what they talking about. You don't know what they got going on. That means the little bit of money that y'all do get, you don't have no idea where it's going and what it's doing. You don't go to no parent teacher conference meeting. You don't look to see what's on the agenda for your state. You ain't been to no city council meeting. You don't properly vote. So it's not just a government problem, it's a people's issue. And if you don't got no I don't care how poor your community is. If you properly participate in the process and you do your civic duty, your community can't stay that goddamn impoverished. These people don't give a shit. We can't keep saying the government need to fix this, the government need to fix this while people not doing what the hell they supposed to do. At some point, people got to take responsibility and accountability for what the fuck is
I
going on in
understand
their
that.
neighborhood.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. Yes. There are people around here who are dumb as fuck, and you got people on YouTube from the state of Louisiana. There's two niggas I come across in this space from Louisiana who are dumb as fuck. And I'm like, is this your upbringing or this a system that like you come from? Because they keep doing exactly the same old dumbass shit. You know.
Yeah, I know this. These people in these schools is only gonna produce dumbass kids if it's a bunch of people that allow this shit.
And you also got niggas from Chicago. They on some bullshit too, but you know.
It's a reason why people be like, I don't want my kids to go. Hell, myself, I grew up in Dallas, and at the time that I was coming through school, Texas was in the top 10 schools of education in the United States.
It was.
Okay, so Texas didn't have no bullshit education, but even with that, I refused to go to the schools that was in my neighborhood. No, my grades was high enough for me to go ahead and apply to other schools, and that's what the fuck I did.
Wait. Hold on. Well, hold on, Queen, because okay, me and you are about the same age, right?
Yep.
Now, okay, we attend Texas high schools in the 90s.
Yep.
Well, who was the governor of Texas during the 1990s?
So,
Ann Richards, right? So
yeah.
So when she was governor, we had the Robin Hood education program where
Yeah.
the top 20% of the money being made from these rich school districts will flow down to the bottom 20%.
Yeah, that's true.
So many people was actually a lot of school districts that was poor back then was actually eating money off of it, while the rich the more wealthier school district was building up football stadiums. They were using the funds to build football stadiums. It's like that one school that's right by Austin. Why y'all need a 2-football stadiums for? And these football stadiums look like look like an NFL stadium, and that huh?
If that's what they want to do for their kids, who the fuck gonna tell them they can't?
Yeah, but if the quality of education is going down, and all you want to do is spend money on football fields, I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense to me, because I saw that I forgot there is a school right between Austin and San Antonio. I'm trying to remember the town. I'm trying to remember this town. I'm looking at the football field. I'm like, this is better than the Dallas Cowboys played on. AfroTurf. Well, most schools now have an AfroTurf. They're AfroTurf now on most of these stadiums, but the football fields now. But you have a dome and shit. Like, wait, huh? You have a dome? Oh, I thought high school football have domes. What the fuck? It's shit like that. I'm seeing like, wait a minute. this supposed to be a high school, and y'all making all this shit. You know, and then I'm looking at you, and then if you're looking at the test scores and shit, I'm like, wait a minute, uh, why ain't y'all ain't it doesn't match what y'all. So yeah, I'm just I think though how we fund education, how we fund it, I think that's one of the problems. And I think and I also put out another video long time ago
Uh-huh.
where I said if I was in if I was in a political office, how would I refund how would I change the education system? um One of the things that I would done right would do um is do a program where um the more at risk that target the more impoverished at risk um student and parents, where um and I think though you differ with me on this. I was saying, okay, what if we set aside funds for if this at-risk student went from an F student or D student into a B and A student, and increase if they show massive improvement, this the parent who's struggling, they would get paid, the light bill, water bill, utilities, or rent. Um, maybe I'm going off into the socialistic side of it, but I just think that if we try to create more A students or more B students at least,
DJ,
um, huh?
what I'm trying to tell you is when it comes to this education shit, very rarely is it an issue with the child socioeconomic status. That's very rarely the goddamn issue. There are some instances where that is the case and that's remedied and all of that, and because that has been noted, there are interventions and programs for that. Like a lot of schools, um, a lot of schools don't even charge for school lunch no more. It's free across the board because of all of that type of stuff. So,
Hmm.
um, those things are kind of working themselves out, and of course, it's been a work in progress to get there. But most of the time, when you see children not thriving in school, it's because motherfuckers don't care about education. And people can sit up here and say, well, maybe if we do this and maybe if we do that. If these
I mean, I
folks
mean,
don't give a damn about education, I don't give a damn how many uh interventions you put in. You're gonna get the same result because they don't give a fuck.
right.
I'm just saying. I used to be one of them people that be like, oh yeah, we can do this until I started paying attention to what the hell was actually going on. What's going on the ground? If these people don't give a damn,
Hmm. Yeah, but
they
but do,
don't
but do you
care.
but do, but do you think though? But do you think because there's no skin in the game that people don't care because the skin is because I'll put it like this: do you think because people don't care because there's no skin in the game?
People don't care because they only care what they can see that's in front of them. A lot of them people, some of them people will tell their fucking sons to go out and sell dope rather than go to school just so they can get some damn money.
Okay. I'm glad that you said this. So wouldn't my ideal would solve that because if somebody's
No,
kid, no, because if somebody's kid is somebody's parent is telling them to sell dope because so and so can't pay the utilities bill. Maybe maybe if the utility bill's been paid, most least likely that person will ask their son or daughter to do some nefarious shit for cash.
No, Big J, because they already got interventions and programs to pay these goddamn bills. These people that saying this, it's not that they can't get help. They get plenty of help. It's what
But
they
they
can
don't
see in front of them.
but
But
they don't do that. Okay, but they don't do that in Texas though. But you know them programs do not exist in the state of Texas. You know that Texas is a
it's
red
a whole
state.
lot of programs out there. It's a lot
Okay,
of programs out
o-
there.
okay.
Yeah, they might not be government programs, but it's a lot of programs out there that help people get their ends met. Shit.
Okay.
Even a nigga like Jay Prince know how to go get his shit taken care of.
No, don't mention J
I'm
Prince.
just, I'm
I
just,
really
I'm just making a point.
because
There is a way to get your utilities taken care of. I'm trying to tell you, these people don't give two flying fucks about no education because you know what an education does. Education don't give you instant
yeah,
gratification.
yeah, but
And
I use go ahead.
education is an investment. And you have to invest into that child so that child can have a productive future. These people ain't thinking about no future. They think about right now, and they don't give a shit about their children. Therefore, they don't impress upon their children to have an education. Some children, not all, but some children, if the parents don't show interest in the education, then neither gets the child.
I disagree with you on some level because I know where you're going at and that's not where I'm going at. I'm still on the systematic side, not on the on the parent.
You
I
know
agree
what?
with
I'm
you
gonna
on
just tell you like this:
the parental leave.
whatever systematic solution that you can think of, I will support it. I'm going to tell you it's never going to be a solution because it's not the system that's the problem.
Okay, then Queen. Well, since so me and you are Texans, right?
Yeah.
Well, then look at the spending between students and prison inmates. Now, in every red state, it's the same shit. It's about what $4,000 spent on a public school student, while 45 to 75K is spent on a prison inmate.
Uh-huh.
And so like you just said though that education is an investment. Well, why are we investing money? Less money is spent on children, but then we spending more on locking people up.
Because locking people up is an industry and people make money off of it.
Yeah, but you don't see that. Okay, you don't see that people. The more educated people are, the more people are free from some or have the opportunity to um have upward mobility. Do you think though people can make money off of that if other people had upward mobility? Because
You can't force a motherfucker to get an education. They gotta want to get it.
you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. I just
We
I
got
just
a whole public education system. I understand that there are inadequacies inside of their public education system, but you're talking about people that do not take advantage of a public education system.
I'm not talking about parenting telescope. I'm not. I
You
already
not
know.
talking about parenting. You not listening. You trying to fix it. You trying to fix a parenting issue with a
No, no,
systematic
I'm not.
solution.
No, I'm talking about the systematic issue
No,
side.
no,
I'm not talking
because
about the parenting side. I'm not talking about the
I'm trying
parenting
to
side. I'm
tell
talking about the
you.
systematic side.
I'm
Oh,
telling you
uh-oh. What happened? What
how
happened?
much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you now.
It don't matter how many systematic solutions you come up with. You still gonna have the same problem. That's what I'm trying to get you to realize. I don't give them the system can have the perfect solution. You're still going to have the same problem because the issue is not within the system. When you talking about fixing listen, when you say fix the education system, you're talking about the funds that are allocated to certain places.
Right.
Not that something is inherently wrong with the education system.
Well, I mean,
So
I think that the funding is. I think that the funding itself is very is one of the major problems
I
between
don't
poor.
see
Oh, what's going on? What's going on?
it's my headphones. They telling
Okay.
me that they battery is low.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell going on? Like, I heard that beep. And hurt my eardrums. Like, damn, it was loud.
Oh,
Um,
it's beeping.
it would make that sound. Like, what the hell? Uh,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Um, yeah. So yeah. I'm not. Yeah, cause I'm looking at I believe that funding, how things are funded, is is one of the major issues for me, because I'm looking at how, I know that the school district I'm raised in is wealthy, right? I wouldn't say it's ultra wealthy, but it's wealthy, right? Because
Uh-huh.
the oil money, the oil. See, he's doing that again. Um, because the oil money that was produced, um, has funded, the school. The
Uh-huh.
oil industry has funded the school. But when I look at how the lack of resources, the national resources of other areas like South Texas, you know, you know, I say well, anything below Corpus Christi, right? Anything below San Antonio, Corpus Christi, those areas are poor. These small towns down there, they're poor, and I'm like, well, how y'all poor when Texas itself has natural resources out the ass. I'm just like, and I'm looking at these charts and shit, and their schools are not being paid anything, and then what's being cranked out of these schools are people who are not, um their education, their reading level, is subpar.
Okay.
I'm
So
just
let's
I'm
take these kids whose reading level is subpar in these impoverished areas and all of that, right? Let's
mhm.
take them and make make the parents active and concerned parents. Do you think they still come out below average reading level? Because
I mean, as an aggregate, I would say I would have said, as an aggregate, I would agree with you. We talk about the aggregate. I agree with you. On the average, I would agree with you that
and
they
that's what I'm
would
saying.
that
Because I
they
don't
would.
give a damn how impoverished your school is. If I go get a book to read with my kid, and my kid is stuttering over words and shit, first I'm gonna go to the teacher. And if the teacher tell me, well, I don't have any resources to actually teach your child, then I'm going to the principal. And if the principal say, well, I don't have any money to buy the things that are necessary to enforce the curriculum, or the curriculum is not up to par, then I'm going to the superintendent. And if the superintendent can't tell me nothing that's good, guess what, motherfucker? Your seat finna go. Cause who education you not finna fuck over is my child's. Because whether or not you getting all this money or you not getting all this money, at the end of the day, you're getting some money, and you're getting enough money to provide even a baseline level of education. So there's no reason why my child shouldn't be able to read.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter how much money that they not getting. I'm telling you, the community has to support the school. Community support means way more than any level or amount of money that can be given to a school. It is so many different resources out there for schools and educations. It's non-profits out here. It's a bunch of people that give out grants. It is corporations that give money to schools. So even if your school not properly being funded by the government, it's so many different ways for you to get funding for your school. Do you give a damn about the education of those children? And that's what people got to worry about. It's not a systematic problem. It's very much a community issue when it comes to these schools.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Which okay, but how can you just say what you just said, right? But
Hmm.
then though you're for the Department of Education.
I'm for the Department of Education because without the Department of Education, a lot of people wouldn't even be able to get an education. We wouldn't have a public education system without the Department of Education.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Let me just see. I'm very much for the Department of Education.
Yes, me too. I don't have a problem with the Department of
and and
Education.
and then the history on why they created the Department of Education. But then you get these numbskulls online who think, well, it didn't work out. No, department and I'm telling you the reason why the Department of Education, quote unquote, I didn't say it failed, but there was roadblocks to the Department of Education because first of all, the tenth Amendment prevents the federal government to actually get involved in the lives of the individual person on that level. And second, there was a funding issue with how education was funded. So the federal Department of Education did not have um it wasn't very what's the term um what's the term I'm trying to use? Well, I'm gonna say like education in America is not top down. It's more like middle down. It's not a top down. It's more localized. The federal government side of this is mostly to bring guidelines. And so anyway, I just find it that you would agree with me on the on why the Department of Education still should exist, but yet telling me that it's not the problem is not systematic.
I don't believe it's systematic. Not at all. I used to think that until I put my children in the public education system, and I learned real quick. It's not necessarily systematic. It's
Hmm.
very much it's very much community problem. It's very much a community issue.
Hmm.
It don't matter what they do because once you get parental involvement, if it is a systematic issue, The parental involvement is not taken.
Right. Right.
If you don't have any community support or parental involvement, it don't matter.
Okay. Okay. Then. Okay. Since we own this, right? Since we own this, but do you think? But do you think though that the education, how schools are set up? Do you think schools are set up to be like prisons, like a school to prison pipeline? Do you believe though there is a school to prison pipeline?
I believe if your ass ain't take education seriously, then you could be putting your child in a school to prison pipeline.
Well, hold on. Say that again, because I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I said, I believe that if you're not putting a value on your education, then you could be sending your children to something like this. These people that
Okay.
send their kids because school, they treat school like it's a goddamn daycare. It's
Okay.
just somewhere for you to go so you can get the fuck out of my face. Yeah. If that's how you treat these schools, then what do you think you send their child for?
Telescope said uh grew up in the dumbest school district in Los Angeles. My grandkids is in Minnesota's Mosaic program for the top 2% of students in the state. Look it up. We put by I'm not anti Department of Education, but bad parenting community always fuck everything. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's all I'm trying to say. You can put all the systemic
You know.
changes and stuff you want in place. But if you don't got community support, your efforts are in vain. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Hmm.
Because, okay, let's say you give these impoverished schools the same amount of funding that he gives to these schools that are in these very affluent areas. Okay, so now they got the best computers, they got the best books, they got the best curriculum and all that. But you got a bunch of people that don't give a fuck about education. What's
Hmm.
gonna happen with you?
I can't hear the last thing. The last thing you said though.
I said, what you think gonna happen with that investment?
You still messing up, Queen. Because I hear the first part. It's the last part I'm not hearing.
I said, what do you think is going to happen with that investment?
Oh, it will dry up.
So, if the investment is gonna dry up, how could you say it's a systematic problem?
Because you're looking at it from the bottom up, and I'm looking at it from the top down perspective.
But if the top said, fine, we're gonna make it all equal, and everybody got the same amount of money, and it still dries up in the impoverished area, it's not a systemic problem at that point.
Okay.
And it's never been a, a systemic issue. Even when the Department of Education was created, it was a systemic issue because of access. But prior to the Department of Education stepping in, Black folk were educating their children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Boom. It's
It,
very
it,
rarely. Go ahead.
but also you also had the churches that was involved in that. You know,
There is a community
okay,
involved effort.
okay,
Your school is part of your community.
yeah. Oh well, I just think that we celebrate stupidity.
We do celebrate stupidity. That's why you got so many people that's okay with dumb shit. That's why. Do you know how many people don't know that the superintendent is an electable position?
It's not.
Dirty.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Since
Where
when? Because
where at?
I
Where
vote
at?
for the superintendent
Where at? In what state?
everywhere. Everywhere I've lived, I voted
No,
for a
no.
superintendent.
There has never been a superintendent in the state of Texas that's been elected by the people of, of their community. The
Everywhere I've lived,
superintendent.
the
Okay.
superintendent has been an
The
electable position.
okay, in Texas, the superintendent is hired by the school board with a contract.
Oh
Yeah, because
gosh.
are you talking about the school board? Are you talking about the school superintendent?
I'm talking about the superintendent. That's an electable position.
No, the school board. I mean, the superintendent of the school is not an elected position. Not
Everywhere
not
I've
but not
lived,
but
I
not but
voted
not
for a
in
superintendent.
but not in Texas. I do know that. It might happen everywhere else, but it doesn't happen in Texas. I mean, because usually if somebody wants to be superintendent, it's usually a principal that's trying to move up, or they hired somebody from another school district. The black community is crashing out, and we're in a race to the bottom. That's now though you want to. Never mind. I ain't gonna say it.
What you talking about?
Nah, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it because it's gonna sound bad. It's gonna sound bad. That's why I'm trying to separate myself. No, shut up. Um,
It's not a big day. We're in a race to the bottom.
yeah, I just never mind. It's gonna sound bad, because my frustration. Listen to people talk and they can't even grasp what the hell going on. I just don't want to, you know. Um, yeah, I just don't. I just want. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with the bullshit. You know, it's like everybody is on, and I notice it. Like it's so refreshing the last 2 weeks, right? Listening to people, black men, right, talk about things like stocks. I mean, black American men, because I'm saying I'm gonna put a black American men. I'm gonna use that. It's refreshing to hear black American men talk about tariffs, stocks, geopolitics, right? And nobody ain't talk about, oh, what's under a woman's dress, or what's on a woman's head. The Tyler Perry arguments. Um, I just think that I don't know. I don't know. It's very refreshing for me to hear that. So I'm just I don't know. I'm am I am I am I am I am I weird for thinking like that? because it
No,
seemed though
that's almost
it sound like though I'm the only one who's thinking on that level.
no.
You know.
You in
Okay.
Niggerville. You
Huh?
was sitting over here in Niggerville. Most black people think like you think, not the way these people in this space on this small portion of YouTube think.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh man, damn! It's almost six in the morning. Damn, and it's cold out. It's cold down here. Yeah, it's cold. It's cold down here in Texas though. It's about 43. Shit,
And I don't know.
and we got the heater on and shit. Like, what the fuck? God
My
damn, it's
grandmama,
cold, huh?
my grandparents did not play about education.
Oh, no shit. You talking about burning a book? You get your ass beat. Hey, how dare you trying to burn a, you know?
I read the newspaper because my grandmama made me read it. I have bookshelves in my house because my grandmama kept bookshelves that had encyclopedias, dictionaries, and all kind of resource materials up there.
Uh,
Education is important, but I've
mm.
come across so many people that don't value education and want to blame the system. It ain't the system.
And that's my problem right there. You know, telescope. Black men don't talk about Keisha all the time, but they talk about her too damn much. And that's yeah, they talk about Keisha too damn much. And in that whole shame, blame, and explain. And I'm like, do y'all know that y'all dragging other black men down by saying but doing that dumbass shit? Because if you talk about the image of the black woman, you talking about your damn self too. Because if she's doing all this whole ass shit, and which though she might be, but you complaining is dragging down my image because you think complaining uh is power, which is not. Yeah, Keisha going to Keys. Yeah, yeah, right, right. So
Oh yeah, the school board.
mhm.
So I'm saying people don't be participating in stuff, and that's how you make shit move. It's politics on every level. You know what, Telescope? The funny part is Keisha is only a small percent of the women. Now there may be some women that have some Keisha characteristics, but small percent of the women.
And that's what V Dub was talking about. If I go over there to the UK area, I ain't, I don't got those problems. I don't got any problem with them niggas over there. It's always over here I get problems with these niggas over in America. You know, the American Negroes. When I talk to the British, I ain't got the British and the Canadians. I don't got those problems. We can talk, disagree, and shit, and move on. But these niggas, they want a dog pile. They want to do this. They want to try to fight you and shit. They want to say some stupid ass shit, just like that dumb nigga that was in the chat room. You know, I'm just saying, it's really is an American culture problem, you know, and I come to realize it's more about America being uh being celebrating stupidity rather than you know being its being what it should be, or what they advertise themselves to be, I should say. It's false advertisement. So anyway, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Elected through the school board.
Hmm.
But that's what I'm saying. It's so much politics, and people don't know much about it because they don't pay attention to the shit.
And that's part of the reason why I'm more into, you know, I don't know. I talked about this the other day with you, when I said that, I favor more of I want a return to some semblance to now, I'm a sound hypocritical when I say, when I'm about to say, because, but I want more return to a more agricultural based society, um because I think, though, if people have more skin in the game, and that land is tied to their survival, I think people would give a fuck about would give a damn about what's going on, and not just be, you know you know put put getting all their information from the television set, rather than actually touching some grass. you know and that like, you remember that video when I showed the hay, when I showed that
Yep.
hay. Do you know
Uh-huh.
though? Do you know though that shut a lot of people up? Because I asked
Yes,
people,
because you in a space with a bunch of nothing ass motherfuckers.
because I told them, how much does this bale of hay cost? Well, people was like, well, you don't know. Just shut the fuck up then. See, that hay right there is tied to me putting food on the table. That hay equals putting food on my fucking table. It constitutes feeding my black ass, right? So my thing is, if they were more tied to the land, and it's not alfalfa. See, that's the thing. I know some of y'all are city people. Alfalfa is X-lax, okay? For that type of hay is X-lax. So down here we grow coastal and Bermuda grass for hay. But anyway, that's or Canadian grass. Or that also Canadian grass. Other than that, I mean, anyway, the point is, I'm just saying, if people was more tied to their to the soil, I think they would be more caring about um what's going on. They would drop some of the small shit to the side, and there'd be a sense of community. Oh, here we go. I'm about to go here with that one. There would be more sense of community when they share. If they have it in abundance, they share it. You know, so that's what you know. Um, I like to have a Aragorn. I can't even pronounce that word. You know what I mean? Agricultural based society. I return to an agricultural based
Agrarian.
agrarian. Yeah, agrarian. That's right. That's the word. More to a agrarian, a neo agrarian uh concept, a structure in society. Um, I don't know. I'm just you know, maybe I read too much of Henry Wallace ideas on farming and stuff like that. Um, and Henry Wallace should have been president of the United States, but that's a whole other thing. 'Cause he had a whole lot of plans he wanted to do, and he wanted to do the civil rights movement after World War II, but he got kicked out the Democratic ticket for vice president in 1944. Because if you read more about him, he was about to do the civil rights movement because he was about to infuse the labor community and the agricultural community and fuse that with the civil rights movement because he was about to do where
Yep. Gotcha.
oh
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, somebody's in the chat. Somebody popped up. I think that's Silent. Let me see what Silent talking about. Yeah, but you know, if he done that right, I just think that, I mean, I'm sorry. I think if he would have succeeded Roosevelt instead of Truman, that policy, I think that it would have been more. You know, I would like to see what how it would have worked out. But anyway, what the hell going on outside? I don't like that sound.
What it sound like?
Hold on, no, don't hold on. Let me put myself on mute.
How you doing, Queen?
I'm good, and you?
All right, just heading out of town. Waiting for this damn temperature to get hot. Like it started getting hot here, then it got cold again.
Yeah, it's probably the coldest springtime ever. It's cold as fuck. I can't
Yeah,
believe I can't believe it's middle of fucking uh you know April. I'm having space heater on.
yeah. Yeah, I
Like,
got up this
damn.
morning, had to it was frost everywhere. I had to defrost the car and everything. I was like, damn.
Shit, man, I was walking outside with the animals and shit earlier today because I did my live stream. Then I had to cancel my live stream, so I went outside to check on something. I walked like 200 yards and shit, and then I'm like, God damn, it's cold out here. Like I was like, ugh. And then though it looked it was it was being, you know, it was like a facade, right? It was all sunny outside. You see the grass is green and shit. Oh, okay, it's hot. It's warm outside. Let me walk out there. Shit, man, walk outside a blur. I had to put on my hoodie and shit.
Wait,
Like,
Yeah, it's 32 degrees here right now. The highest supposed to
shit,
get today is 48.
shit, man. It's about 45 over here. It's about 45 outside, and I'm thinking about going to bed though. This morning, you know.
lucky you.
Let me see. I'm in Long Island. I'm in
I need
Long
to
Beach.
go
I'm
to work.
sorry. What's a defroster? Is he asking me that or he asking you?
Who?
I guess since they never have the defrost cars in Long Beach.
I guess so. I guess so. I mean, defroster. I mean, I didn't use a defroster. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, I used in February when it snowed. That's right. Yeah, I used in February when it snowed. But oh, the freezer in my kitchen it isn't 32.
Yeah, press that defrost in the car. Because I started up the car and pressed that button, let it, defrost while I was getting dressed. By the time I got out, it was already. So
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking about this. Yeah, so I'm just thinking about just going to Maine or Vermont or Oregon or Washington. I just want to go to where it's like green, not like green down here. It's green down here, but I want that green. I want to see I want to see actual
Bring your
green
ass
and
on.
mountain. I want to
Let's
see
go.
mountains. Yeah, I want to see the mountains. I
Well,
want
then
to
bring
see
your ass.
you
shit.
just want
I
to see
want to
them. You
see
want
it
to
all.
walk them too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if I have to walk it, I'm going to have to get buy me that what's that pepper ball gun you see on the ad? Um, if I have to go to Washington, Oregon, very liberal state, so I can't bring
What
bring my
the
firearm.
hell?
So
Say what?
I'm the what?
You said Washington what?
So Washington is anti Second Amendment, right? So
Hell no. It's an open carry state.
it's open carry. Oh
Yeah.
shit. Okay, shit. If I go with it, shit, I was planning. I was just gonna buy me one of those Barrett. What's some good guns that shoot pepper balls? I was gonna get me one and go out walking because I ain't gonna run into no fucking bear or some moose or some shit and get attacked by it. Fuck that. I'm gonna use that for self defense. You know.
Damn
And
truck died.
what happened? Your truck died.
Yeah, it was just cut off. Oh shit! Now let me put my damn things out.
How the fuck your truck just die while you driving? That's some crazy shit.
Yeah, this is just Q just cut off.
Is it the alternator?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, but when was the last time though you had maintenance should check up on that?
They supposed to do it daily, but there's no telling with these guys I work with.
How far are you along from home base?
Oh, I'm not that far. Good, I didn't go too far. Been messed up.
You calling somebody to get you?
Oh, I gotta set the parameters up first.
No.
Day to day grinding, being player shining, reclining.
I can't stand that shit when the alternator goes out on you as you're driving and shit. I hated that shit. I don't like that shit.
While you driving, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it happened. Yeah, it happened. It happens. Yeah, you have to, you know.
Hmm. Oh boy.
Speaking of alternator, I need to buy me an alternator. I'm gonna just change shit on my truck though. I'm just gonna change all that shit out.
You in that
I ain't,
truck.
I'm, I ain't really been driving it. To tell you the truth, I ain't really been driving it. I only drive it like you know the haul shit with, but I ain't really been driving as a travel. You know,
We should be hollering.
man, hauling tree limbs and shit
Oh,
and and and, and feed stuff like that. I ain't really been. It's not really out on the road like that.
Well, I'm gonna have to drop. I'll be back later.
peace out.
Well, right. Well, I might be going to bed after this, so I don't know. I might be up. I don't know. So anyway, you take care of that, Silent.
Pull that video up. Let's look
Oh,
at
the
it.
video. Oh, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let's play that. Let's play that dumbass shit. Right. Yeah, you're right. Let's play that dumb shit.
Let me see if I'm gonna have some shit to talk when I get out of work.
Let's go here. All right, let's go over here. Yeah, he got some ads and shit, which is a fucking shame. Let me see. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's get that out the way.
No, every now and then I scroll through and I check on my knuckleheads, my little cockroaches as I call them. And so I was scrolling through and found out Big J Triple X did a video with my name in it. And I didn't want to listen to the whole 4 hours. So I said, okay, let me find something that I can actually bother him with. So there's a video, links in the description about why should black women acquiesce to black men, or should they acquiesce to black men? And this was the response to uh, Mrs. Sunkist, I think that's her name. And the same old reasons that they say that black women shouldn't acquiesce to black men, yada, 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 we're failures, and the education gap and all this other kind of crap, which if you know, you know, right? If you know what the problems in with the black community and black boys is, then you know, and these idiots, I don't expect much out of them. And normally there's 3 levels, which is experts, civilians, and pedestrians, and then there's these people. These people, they're not even pedestrians. That's how bad they are. But since I am going to mess with him, I'm going to do something that he will not expect. Big J is saying that black women should never acquiesce to black men because we don't deserve it. That's his title. And normally I would disagree with him. And for not the reasons that you think. I'm going to agree with him for, but not the reasons that you actually think. So, Big J, get ready, because I'm going to agree with you. For one of the few times in this 10, 11 years that I've known you, I'm going to agree with you that black women shouldn't acquiesce to black men. They should not. I agree with you 100%. They shouldn't. They should do whatever makes them happy. They should. It's not that we don't deserve it, because deserving has nothing to do with it. You need to acquiesce to your men because you need your men to work with you. If you don't acquiesce to them, you're going to keep getting the garbage that we've been getting.
What?
And this has come from a guy, right? This comes from a guy who says that there is a birth control trap. And this comes from a guy who said there is a birth control gap because women lie, and he want to put all responsibility on rearing children on women, or childbirth solely on women, when he had access to condoms. But yet he's saying this shit. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
But that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying to you is that black women should do whatever the hell they want to do with whoever the hell they want to do it with, and whatever way that they can do it with. What I'm trying to tell the black men do not ask for it. Now, the clip of the short I put out front, now he's a Nigerian, and what he said I probably do agree with. And this last election cycle probably pointed out in no uncertain terms. Black men and women have grown to be culturally incompatible. And since they are culturally incompatible with each other, as he says, they should go their separate ways. So black women should not waste their time acquiescing to black men. They should find men, if they want to acquiesce to a man, that's up to them, but they should find other men. In fact, I suggested to black men that we should have dating sites and training so that they can find other men and leave us the hell alone. I think that we should start foundations to find black women, other groups of men, because evidently they can't do it on their own. No place on the planet do they have a place where black women are actually wanted. No place on the planet at all. Okay?
Wait a minute. Say that again. So if that's the case, then right? If that's the case, then how come Sweden had the first black woman, a dark skinned, non mixed black woman, mon- mon- uh, as Miss Sweden, and you got a black beauty queen from Ireland. So explain that.
At all. I mean, well, in mass. Let's put it that way. Are there spots here and there? Sure. Is there some that will take them? Very few, but sure. But in mass, no. In mass, they can't even date. Hell, they can't even date here. Black men, for the last 20, 30 years, have had 500,000 more marriages than black women.
Wait. Then how come, right? How come Edward Anderson is still single? How come Grinch is liking boys now instead of liking girls? Can you explain that, BJS? Because those are your two homeboys.
Black women are at the extreme bottom, and the only reason we're is higher divorce rate is is because black women are insufferable. Black
Wait,
women are
what?
insufferable.
Wait, what?
You said the reason why there's a high divorce rate because black women are insufferable.
Well, what is the issue with the divorce rate when it's not black women? Because it's still high then.
And this is how stupid he sounds. Because if you go to white women, divorce rates high on the white side too. So what the fuck he's talking about?
Right.
It makes no sense.
At least that's what the data shows. But the data shows that
Mm,
even when it's not a black woman, the divorce rate is still high.
right.
Which would then, if you want to play gender war games, would indicate that there is an issue with the black man because he's the common denominator in all the data. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man, CMO said back in my day, I used to steal a 36 pack. I always had a condom. Man, CMO CMO still a 36 pack. Oh shit. Man, like you needed that damn bad. Yeah, I would steal it too. That's cheaper than be on
Let me tell you
child
something.
support. What?
SEMO could have been my cut buddy back in the day. Goddamn it. You got your own shit. Let's go. Do it.
Shit, for real. Anyway, let's go ahead. CMO. Oh shit. Let's go and play. Keep going.
How do we know black women are insufferable? Is because the highest divorce rates amongst couplings. So without some kind of intervention, then black women won't get married in scalable rates, and they're gonna keep making our lives miserable. So black men have to find black women suitable mates because it's not working out for them. So with that said, I agree that black women should not acquiesce to black men, and black men should not even ask them to acquiesce or cooperate or get along or get married or even date. I'm trying to tell black men to bounce. Leave them where they are. Leave them on the rack. Leave these women on the lot where you found them. I don't care how new that car looks. Leave these chicks on.
Recovery.
Oh, you damn ads.
I don't know why you kids don't pay for premium.
Hell no, I ain't paying for shit.
Go to another
Bro,
dealership. In fact, in California, most of the black guys date Latinas for that exact reason. And guess what? They're
What?
happy.
BBS is a goddamn fool. BBS, something wrong with him. What's wrong with this
yeah,
man?
yeah, what the hell? Oh
What the fuck is
shit.
he sitting up here talking about? He
Yeah,
just be talking out his ass.
and this is how stupid he is. Well, isn't the Hispanic population is bigger in California than the black population? So
He's
by that
stupid as hell.
logic, yeah. So by that logic, of course, black people are going to mix with Hispanics in California because there's a bigger, because the Hispanic population is surrounding the black population. So of course, though, you're going to get some intermixing. Now, unless you like in northern part of Mississippi or in Alabama, where they're just black on black on black on black, it's impossible to well, least likely there's going to be interracial. You know, for him to even say that is stupid.
Half the shit he be talking
They're
about is stupid.
happy.
So I
We
mean,
should
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. Half the shit. Yeah, but this is their master teacher talking. Anyway,
I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah, these niggas should get the hell out. Then get the hell on and stop talking about us. How
right.
about that?
Mm-hmm.
The fuck?
have to
You tell these niggas
question
to get
about
the fuck
black people.
on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me go ahead and play what else he said. We about 3 minutes and 33 seconds into this.
The essence of cooperation, right? Latinas come right in cooperating. Right in cooperating.
Wait, what? Latinas come in there cooperate. Man, have you dated a Hispanic woman?
Cooperating with what exactly? Because what the fuck is black men building? I make like my name Cynthia G.
Right. Let me play this. Play this.
In fact, there was a video I was looking at the earlier, and she was wondering how come black men and women have to be so contentious to each other because they don't belong together. Black men and women, as a group, as African American, we're not brought here as a whole people. Okay, come from 1,000 different parts, pushed together in this horrific thing we call chattel slavery, and then after emancipation, forced together by the white establishment. You are a forced culture. The women that were brought here were not brought here to be your wives. They were not brought here to be your counterparts. They were actually brought here to be co-workers and broodmares for the state, for the slave master. Now they're just broodmares for the state.
Wait, what? So now the brute mayors for the state today? Then, then by that logic, though, right? Hold on. Let's talk about that for a minute. So black women are now bureau mayors for the state of the 21st century, the 20th and 21st century, right? So if black women are not dating, Queen, you
Yes.
see the contradictions, right? You see the contradiction what he just said, right? So if black women are the brew mayors of today, right, of the 20th and 21st century America,
Uh-huh.
or if y'all saying no, y'all not laying down with these niggas, that wouldn't make y'all brew mayors because y'all have your own decision. You see how
What the fuck
stupid he
is a
just sounds?
hold on? What the hell is a brunette?
A brewmare is a horse to be a female horse to be bred whose only action is bred.
Oh,
Yeah, a horse that
so
meant to be bred. Yeah,
we supposed to be brumayers of who
for the state.
for the state?
Hmm.
That's some interesting shit there, boy. I swear to God.
Yeah,
Man, for the state.
so y'all supposed to be brood mayors for the state. Again, y'all supposed to be brood mayors for the state, but then y'all not having sex with these men. Well, in order to be a brood mayor for the state, you have to have sex, though, because you can't sire no child without sex. No child ain't born without two people getting
Wait,
together. So it's so stupid.
is that a child support argument?
Get out of here. Get out of there. See, that's what I'm saying. You see how stupid he
Is that?
sound?
I mean, if we brew males for the state, then that means that will mean we having babies for the state, and that don't make sense unless you're saying they're having babies to funnel into the child support system. So essentially, you would be. This is another child support complaint. Oh boy, BG gets on my nerves.
Mm.
Get on my nerves.
Yeah, it's stupid.
He too
And
old for
even
this
that
shit.
Mm-hmm.
slipping, not even fulfilling that promise. So black women do not have a culture of working with their men. They do not. And it's about time
But
black men wake up.
Hold on, Black. So go ahead.
I want him to explain what it is these Latino women is cooperating with exactly. I'm confused. He say they come in cooperating with what? What the fuck is he talking about?
Great question. Great question on that. Yeah. But he never explored it on that part. But let's go ahead and continue.
Stop falling for the propaganda that's fed to them by their mothers. These are not your women. They never were your women. These are your overseers. And last time I heard, overseers do not acquiesce.
Wait. He said we the overseer.
Yeah. Yeah. We Massa? Can I go outside? Come on, bro. Really?
Wait. So if we are not their women and we they overseer, who are they women? Do they
Say that
have any
again.
women?
Say that again. Oh, do they have any women? Good. You know what? Yes. Does Edward Anderson has a woman? Does I'm sorry, Grinch does not have a woman. Never mind. He has a man. Yeah. What about Chaos Reign? Uh-oh.
So
See.
if we they overseer, then they don't have no women. So that means that
They're free,
right.
right? If they don't have no
And if we
overseas and they're single, wouldn't that mean they're free?
no, because we they overseer. So that means that any woman that they couple with, we her overseer too.
I swear to God, man. I swear to God. These clowns, I swear. You know. In play.
BG is entertaining as hell. I gotta give it to him. He's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't the brightest crayon in the
subordinates.
box, but he entertaining. Cause this shit funny. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Tiffany Cross says, get behind your women. Stop being obstinate. There's multiple videos that black men should bow down to their betters. Maybe that's true. I'm saying black men, get yourself free. SYSBM. That's one thing about this whole thing about the political agenda and the so-called education gap. The education gap's always been there.
Oh, Dante here. Let me see what Dante's talking about.
Yeah, I had to come up here, man, and have my little input on this madness that coming out this man's mouth.
What
Okay.
up,
Can you
though?
hear me?
Yeah,
What's
yeah, I
going
hear
on,
you.
son kid?
There's a lot of background noise.
Oh shit, I'm at work right now, man. Shit.
Okay.
Here,
It's all right. It's all right. Go
I'm
ahead.
at the,
All right, go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
So if black woman is not a woman, who did they come from? Because I know they didn't come from outer space, and they sure didn't get hacked by eggs. So who did they come? They came from us. They came from the black man. Now, remember, a nation of women are always going to be judged by the character of their man. That means they're a reflection of us. How the women are in any country you go to is how the men are. So if the women is all messed up like they say it is, then guess who's messed up? We are. We the,
Mm-hmm.
and talk
Yeah.
yeah, we are. So if you
Right.
talking about black women at the bottom of the list, hell, just look who their men are. Their man is at the bottom. Our black man image is of a cesspool in America. Yeah, you know that we got the lowest and the worstest image in society. Period. So this nigga this speaking from his bad breakups and traumas. This nigga's full of shit. But I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm at work, man. So yeah, I just had to come up here and get my input on that madness.
All right.
What is
All
up,
right
Chris?
then. All right then. Take care then, Dante. Take care. Yeah. Take care. So yeah. Let me go ahead and play this a little bit more.
For two vital reasons. One, the white man never wanted you educated in the first place because he didn't think that you needed it. And two, a lot of black men back in the day sacrificed themselves to send their girls to school and get educated so they wouldn't have to be harassed by the white man whose house they had to work in.
What?
That's
What?
Now, 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 let's talk about that for a minute, right? I guess he forgot about Ida B. Wells and I forgot the other woman's name at the time, who fought for black men to vote. I guess he forgot about all that part, right? I guess he forgot about all these other black women of the early part of the 20th century that fought for black men to have voting rights
Well,
in
what the
order
fuck
for
is
them
this shit he
to
talking?
get black girls to go to school, huh?
What the fuck is he talking about? Fight for your girls to go get an education so they don't have to be harassed by the white man who house they had to work. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, I'm saying.
How do that even make sense? What does if she has to work in his house? What does her having an education have to do with her being harassed by him? What the fuck does it
Makes no
mean?
sense.
Just be talking out his ass. He just be saying shit.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
why. But nobody mentions that. Nobody mentions that black men or black boys had to drop out of school in the 5th grade to go work for the family.
What?
Stop. Let's stop right there. Right. Let's stop right there. Nigga. Most people was doing that.
Yo,
White men was doing that back in the day.
how did he make that a black name? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, he tried to make it into a black thing, but if you go to any of these, if you ever read up on some of these white folks around here, they was like some of your German people that came in, they left school, they had a 6th grade education. If
A
if
lot of
if B,
people
if BGS would have
boomer
went to, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Baby boomers and shit.
Say what?
Boomers, baby boomers,
Yeah.
boomers. A lot of them
Mm,
have that story. What the fuck is he talking about?
right. My thing is this, right? Since he is a boomer, right? A lot of uh a lot of people who if you go to Pennsylvania and you go to the coal mining uh areas, the coal mining towns, a lot of people, a lot of those coal miners quit school at sixth grade to go into the coal mine. And
You
they
know,
ain't black.
the
This is how
last
stupid
time,
he sounds. This is how stupid he
the last
sounds.
time, the last time I lived in Texas, okay, I had a neighbor, a white man. He was, I think, 67 at the time,
Uh-huh.
and and him and his wife, they raising their grandson, and his old ass didn't give a damn about that boy doing his schoolwork. And we used to be like, he have to do his schoolwork. And he kept saying how he didn't think the schoolwork was that important because when he turned a certain age, he just left and went to go find him a job and shit. We was like, sir, it don't work like that no more.
Right.
You know, so
And you see, all these analogies are dumb. It's dumb.
so that's not a black thing. For him to try to make it a black thing is just ignorant as hell. Because even if
Everybody,
you watch,
everybody
um,
was doing it. Every group was doing that. It was quitting school
yeah,
at a
and if
certain
you
age.
watch like the TV shows, any TV shows that have settings in the past or make references to the past, you will see that. Be them
Mhm.
black, white, or anything. Now, the reasons can sometimes vary between cultures, sometimes, but most of the time it just is what it is. People had to
Survival.
survive.
Yeah, it's more about survival. Yeah, yeah. Of course, he got to quit school so he can go back to farm the land, or he had to go back and be in the coal mine, or he had to do some other thing, some other job that based on to sustain himself. This is how stupid he sounds.
BGS is
Stupid.
retarded.
My God. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
They don't mention that. It's not important. And black women want to consider themselves gods. So I say, let black women rule over the ashes. They want to be queen of the ashes. Let them rule over the ashes because they don't want you to progress. Black women like you in that spot. They like you in a subordinate spot. And it doesn't matter what you do or how
Black
you
women
do it,
like to do what?
you're going to stay in that subordinate spot.
Subordinate spot.
Support what?
Subordinate spot. They want the black
Oh,
men.
sub.
Yeah, subordinate spot. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wasn't it BGS that said that black men should have been given the secretary jobs? And she,
Right. Right. Under white men, because he said because of his little idea of the Monahan report, he said that he want black men. He said white men should have gave black men jobs instead of white women. Now I'm like, okay, you want the white government officials and the white men within high society within the CEO, the business world, to give black men the secretary jobs and in these little paper pushing jobs over his white woman, much less the black woman. That made no sense. The white man is going to make sure his lady gets it because he got
no
to take
woman,
care of that white woman.
don't no woman by nature want her man in no subordinate position. BGS sound like a damn lunatic. He sound crazy as hell. We want y'all in the subordinate position. Shut your ass up. You want to be.
And
Go
Simo said,
ahead.
I'm trying to follow. And Simo said in the chat room, I'm trying to follow along with his statements, but I ain't high enough for this. Shit. I listen, I wish I can drink after this, but I can't. A lot of the hell did I come in on? A lot of bullshit, Lana. Yeah, a lot of bullshit you hearing. What's going on, Lana? She said, hi, Big J, hi, Queen.
Hey,
Yeah.
Lana. That's it.
But anyway,
Funny
let's go ahead and continue. Yeah. And down here, Queen, he did try to at the bottom, he did try to tag you at the bottom here. I'm just saying,
Oh, okay. Well, when I got time, I'ma sure go over there and go. You know what? I'm gonna just do a reaction to this shit. If he want my
and you
attention,
got
I'm
this
gonna use him.
and you got this idiot named Perverted Ackermans talking about if sisters want their autonomy, then so be it. But the catch is that would make them accountable and stop blaming Jermaine for all of their self-inflicted life choices.
You know, I be confused about that because, um, the same stats or the same data that they use to try to shame us is the same data that vindicates us as well, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
who can blame Jermaine about anything if these women rearing these children by themselves? Who is blaming him for what? If she has had to maintain a roof over the child's head, she has had to make sure that there was food put in their mouth. She has had to make sure they got some semblance of education. You know what I'm saying? If she did all of this by herself, she did it. So blame him for what? What is she blaming him for? Not being there? Because pretty much she's done all of this shit on her own. Whether you deem it successfully or not, she did it on her own. So blame you for what?
Right.
And what is
But
the
anyway,
point
let's
of
go
blaming
ahead
a
and play.
ghost? Why blame a ghost? What is they gonna do?
What happened to my screen? The fuck? Hold on. What the hell just happened?
You probably just gotta refresh
Anyway,
the
I hear
browser.
talk about clean
okay.
sun.
Okay. Here's him breaking you up. He's gonna bring you up right here.
Kids talk about leadership of black males. Black males and black men are the only group that have led their people from slavery to equality. Say that again. Kwame Ture said that back in the 1980s. He was proud of his people. Within less than 100 years, the people were led from slavery to equality, to liberation. It's unheard of, especially in a minority of people. But you can't get credit for that because your black woman was never going to give you credit for it in the first place, right? Now she's trying to rewrite the books and take credit for it, like she did it. Like she got bit by
What?
dogs that hung in trees and disappeared.
What the fuck is he talking about? Take credit for what?
Hold on. Let's sit there and rewind that. Let's rewind that. Let's go back to the 8 minute and 40 seconds.
First of all, let me just say this. My video didn't make no mention about no damn slavery.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because we ain't mentioned nothing about no slave. Well, I think I did on what the first or the last video or something like that. Because it was a multi-part video, right? But we wasn't even dwelling on slavery because we were talking about the context of today.
I'm just saying, if he gonna insert himself into a conversation that you and I were having, he might want to get on topic because we wasn't talking about no damn slavery.
Yeah. We weren't talking no slavery at all, dumbass. He just is so dumb. Anyway, let's
I
keep.
told you, media just be talking out his ass. He just be talking about his ass. Like, what did you talk about, sir?
Right. Anyway, let's keep it moving. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tag his ass in the after since so he made this since we doing a review. I'm gonna tag him. I'm gonna tag him in this live stream. Anyway, let's keep it in the title. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
You do or how you do it, you're gonna stay in that subordinate spot. I hear talked about Queen Sunkiss, talked about leadership of black males. Black males and black men are the only group that have led their people from slavery to equality. Say that again. Kwame Ture said that back in the 1980s. He was proud of his people. Within less than 100 years, the people were led from slavery to equality, to liberation. It's unheard of, especially in a minority of people. But you can't get credit for that because your black woman was never going to give you credit for it in the first place, right? Now she's trying to rewrite the books and take credit for it, like she did it. Like she got bit by dogs that hung in trees and disappeared and thrown into the lakes and rivers like black boys and black men did. Get the hell out of here.
Now
Carl,
that's a crock of shit.
what the fuck? Wait a minute. Was it all black people subjected to this type of treatment?
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, granted, I do think the men.
okay.
I think it was more instances of the men experiencing that treatment than women, but I think that's just the nature of being men and women. But I think all black people suffered those things. So what the fuck is he talking? This is crazy.
Okay, yes, the men was attacked first because the men was going to be seen. It was the stronger of between the male and the female. The man is gonna be attacked first because he's the stronger, and then he's the one who's the primarily is the protector, right? So yeah, of course, though you gonna see the image of the black man being hung in a tree, but I guess he forgot. Okay, both of us are in Texas, right? Both of us are in Texas. Remember, I don't know if you was taught about the Great Riot, the Great Race Riot in Marshall, Texas, where they hung a bunch of black women outside of Marshall, Texas. So yeah, so what the fuck he's talking about? There's been black women being beaten up, quartered by horses and shit,
You know,
and
this is
burnt up.
the core. The core of the Black Manosphere is trying to run this narrative that the atrocities that happened to black people was largely and solely happening to the black men, and the women experienced very little or any of this. And it's like, are y'all fucking insane? Like, what? The, they've been running this particular narrative or trying to run this particular narrative for about 3-4 years now. I'm trying to figure out what the hell. Like, I don't know what exactly they're trying to prove with this bullshit, but you know,
hmm
this shit
hmm
don't make no sense. He's talking about they weren't gonna give you credit for it anyway. Credit for what? So what credit do you want? What do you want? What is it
The,
that
uh,
exactly?
well, the credit I think he's talking about how black men fought and sacrificed for black women or saved black women from slavery and all that. Like
How
I'm
did,
like
wait, wait,
I'm like
wait, wait. What? How did that happen?
well there've been numerous stories. I know people want to use the Nat Turner and the and oh my God, I can't believe I forgot her name.
Harriet Tubman?
Yeah, Harriet Tubman. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm embarrassed for me not for blacking out on her name. For but what about men like Madison Washington, uh, who freed slaves in the Carolinas in 1841? Or what about what about the Georgetown riot, the race war in Louisiana, the Georgetown race war, where a lot of black people escaped Louisiana and went into Mexico. They went into Texas. Well, when Texas was part of Mexico, and they went in. That's why you had black Mexicans. I mean, what is he talking about?
To
The
try
black
and
man.
make this like it is some feat that black men did alone is crazy as hell because black folk as a collective group of people had to fight to get their freedom. It was not black men alone or black women alone. It's never
Now,
been that.
I'll say this though: black women were vocal. I think his problem is he's confusing black women being more vocal about slavery because black men are we us being men we're not going to talk much, right? We so is he thinking that us not being vocal is a sign of the women being more vocal about it? I wonder if he's seeing that as a sign of uh them doing it all. I wonder if that's what he's seeing rather than
But
looking at. Go ahead.
he would be the one to make that statement. We ain't said that.
Well, anyway, let me go ahead why does computer keep on doing this shit? What the fuck going on?
It's probably YouTube.
Anyway, let's keep playing.
I say, hell no. Don't ask them for nothing. If it's not given, don't ask for it. If they don't want to do it, tell them to kick rocks. That's what I tell them. And I get a lot of pro-blacks coming over here telling them we need to go back and help the sisters. Hell no. Hell no. Let them struggle. Well, they're not going to have no kids. Let them die out. Let them get a dog.
Wait, stop right there, hold on. Don't have baby. But wait a minute, I thought that was the word of the state. That contradict what he said, but 10 minutes prior.
Yeah, it's the state, baby.
Yeah. So he gotta make up his mind up. So you want the babies or you don't want the babies? Because 10 minutes ago you said, well, the government is using the black women as a bride mayors, beer mayors. Well, jackass. So why are black women not having babies then? The government should have forced these women to have these babies by now, but they're not having babies. That's how stupid he sounds. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
Let them live by themselves or let them pair up. They're like the Golden Girls. I don't care. We're not concerned about competing against their lifestyle. We don't care. Tell them,
Then why are you talking then? Why you shame, blame, and explain, BJS? Why are you over here trying to shame, blame, and explain? SPE, come on.
brothers, go get yourself free. Get yourself another group of women. Go overseas. Do whatever you have to do. Get yourself free. Get away from this craziness we call the ADOS community. Get yourself away.
I'm already feeling it.
This craziness we call black women because they don't know what the hell they want for the most part. And like I said, they love this. They love this dysfunction. They crave this dysfunction. Look at their videos. Look at the songs that they like. look at the TikToks and the posts that they put up.
Wait, stop. Look at the songs. I wonder if he ever listened to Miranda Lambert songs. Now, some of you white, you Caucasian women who are listening to me right now, tell me what is your favorite white female artist? Because if we listen to some of the grunge shit from the 1990s with oh my God, I forgot her name. Kurt Cobain's girl. She was ratchet. Courtney Love. That's her name. Courtney Love. So what are you talking about, BGS? What the fuck you talking about? Miranda Lambert. Listen, Miranda Lambert made songs, and I listen to the country, right? I listen to country. Miranda Lambert talk about burning her husband up, shooting her husband, murking her husband, doing something to a man, beating a man's ass. You got a white one with a guitar talking about she want to shoot her man. And white women over here, they're dancing to it. Yeah, they're dancing. And, come on. This is how stupid he sounds. So if you're gonna go to a white woman, she's gonna say the same goddamn shit. It's just gonna sound different. That's all. It's gonna sound different. And you know why?
I
Because I've
mean,
been with white women. Let me say this. I've been with white women. They're going to say exactly the same goddamn shit. The only difference is the voice is different. And it's going to come off. It's going to come off a little bit. I say it's come out culturally different, but it's going to be the same old shit. What the fuck you talking about? Sexy Red. For every Sexy Red, you get Kashi. You remember Kashi, right? Kashira Kashi, whatever her name is, I forgot. That white girl that did all that, I suck dick songs.
yeah.
I suck a man's dick song. Yeah, her. I forgot her. Yeah, Kashi. What is he talking about? And you want to talk about Sexy Red? Sexy Red did nothing to the same old shit. Yeah, hold on. Lana Love said, you can tell they don't hang around other groups of people. Yeah, they don't.
That's
They
what I'm
don't.
saying. You got to be a part of the culture to understand, because country music and hip hop ain't too far from each other as far as lyrics go.
Right.
Okay.
The lyrics, yeah. They're talking about shooting somebody. They're talking about beating somebody's ass. They're talking about drinking. Well, country music would talk about drinking themselves to death. Hip hop, rap, right? Talk about drugs. So what are you talking about? Johnny Cash, which is the biggest. You would think about country music. You think about Johnny Cash made a song called "Cocaine Blues." What is he talking about? He know nothing, and he's talking. Jackass. And this computer is doing this shit. No, hold on. I know what the problem is. Hold on. Let me get that out the way. Yeah, let me get that out the way. I got another program run. That's what it was. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
Black women thrive in dysfunction. That's why they pick dudes that are dysfunctional. Black women always forget little boys are your children. And if they fail, that means you failed. If your child fails, that means you failed. But you want to try to blame it on men. All your woes, all your decisions, all your bad decisions are blamed on men because of lack of leadership. Nobody can lead you if you don't follow, baby. Patton said this in World War II. You lead, you follow, or you get the hell out of the way. Black women don't want to lead.
Wait. What happened? What happened? What happened to black male leadership out of slavery? So they got out of slavery and said, "Fuck it." It's like, what happened?
Yeah, yeah. I guess he forgot about Wilmington, North Carolina. I guess he forgot about you know black men building up Rosewood. Tulsa, Oklahoma. I guess he forgot all about all the other shit black men did. Building up these towns up and shit. Stupid ass. He's so stupid.
This shit funny as hell.
Black
And
women only.
Go ahead.
I was saying that women would acquiesce to the men, and he trying to fight me over it.
Ain't it though? You the one who said, yeah, your black women would acquiesce on the black men, and he's actually fighting you, and that's something what he wanted. It's really amazing. It's really amazing because you said black women will acquiesce on the black men, and he's fighting, and that's what he wanted. But he was fighting you. See, he's
But
operating
he
on.
said black women don't know what they want. But you fight me over something I said y'all can get. He crazy.
I would like to see your reaction video to this. I like to see your reaction video on that, on specifically on that point. Specifically on that point, because that was so stupid for him to say that shit. Because he want black women to go back to the table. I want black women. They didn't go back to the table. And I'm sorry. Are you there? Oh no, she at work. Never mind. She at work. Let me. I'll wait for her. Just read the comments. Let me read the comments. I seen on a Cam Newton podcast, a rapper said only black women talk about family members negatively, and that you don't see that in white women. LOL. Like what kind of white utopia there, Matt? I guess. Listen. I guess they forgot about that TV show called Mama's Family. I'm dressed with what Woo said, right? I guess they forgot about that TV show called Mama's Family.
Yeah, wasn't no man there.
Yeah, and Vinton, who was the son, she was getting beside his fucking head. See, you know what? I'll be quiet.
Or Mary with children. Let's talk about Mary with children.
Yeah, or Peggy.
They was dysfunctional in the motherfucker.
Yeah. What come on, really, nigga? Come on. Shit. Or what about those white
What
women
was that?
on Nikki
All
Lake?
in the Family?
Yeah, All in the Family. What the fuck you talking about?
What was the
Jackass?
wife's name? Edith?
Yeah, Edith. No, but Edith wasn't really talking bad. But Edith was very docile on that show. She was very docile. So like she wasn't really talking
Edith
shit.
dumb as a box of rocks.
Well, I think no Edith. I think Edith on All in Family. I think she pretended to be stupid because she knew what was going on, but she didn't want to. She was playing dumb and she was undermining Archie at the same time. Oh, you can't hear anything? Hold on, you can't hear anything? Hold on. Let me. Let me. Oh, let me unmute you then. I'll tell you what though. I bounce you out. Hold on. Let me drop the link then. Let me drop the link again. I'm gonna kick you out. I'm gonna remove you. And let me do this real quick. Let me kick from studio. You know, I wait. I wait for you. I wait for you to come back. Then I wait for you to come back. Oh, maybe I shouldn't did that. Damn. Maybe I shouldn't did that. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, the sun is coming up. I'll wait. You know what? Let me pin the link. Let me pin the link up back up here. Let me pin the link. So in case something happens. Okay. Okay, you back?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah. I hear you now. I hear you now.
Yeah. Or Edith from All in the Family. Dumb as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And Archie Bunker, he ran the household and all of that. The lady wasn't that bright. He be great.
Yeah. Yeah. But let me go ahead and play this. Let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Lead. They want a boss, but they don't want to lead. When you put them in power, just like you have now, almost 4 out of 5 of your black politicians are female. How?
Wait. Just stop right there. Back when I met BGS, right? I told BGS, let's get politically active. This nigga, him and Angerman told me to go kick rocks. And I think I still have, and this really started my beef with the Manosphere. Because I told these niggas, I told them, why not we create why don't we do something political in 2015? Now, mind you, that was 10 years ago. I said, why won't we do something political? If we're using our voice, let's do something political to change society. He told me, him and Anger Man and Officer Faulkner told me to go kick fucking rocks. And I actually written down what I would, I actually proposed what agenda we, and they told me to go to hell. And that's what they did to Cerulean Gray. Same old thing. Queen, you still there? You still there,
Yeah,
Queen?
man.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, when Cerulean Gray put out the Gray Faulkner Initiative, they told him to go to hell. They eventually got rid of him. Because even though his idea was very you know, for me it was very problematic. But still, when he put out his Gray Faulkner Initiative, they got rid of him. So every other black man, even Mr. Research, and I got a problem with Mr. Research because he helped created the Black Manosphere 2.0, by the way. So when all of us were trying to, when I was sitting there talking to him, I said, okay, if things are so bad, why won't we do X, Y, and Z? And we was all up in this back chat, and we was all in this Google Hangout thing. They all told me to go to hell and shit. They went on my live stream on my Hangouts and told me to go to hell. But Big J, why are you proposing that? And why are you proposing this? Big J, you are a socialist. You're a communist. Saying all that bullshit, right? But now though they want to go to Dr. T. Son Johnson today and say, well, Dr. T. Son Johnson is that. Make up your mind up. But anyway, I ain't gonna stay here very long though, Queen. But let me go ahead and finish this up real quick.
Has it helped us?
Mm.
It hasn't. Well, most of your black teachers are female. How has it helped your students? It has.
Well, most teachers across America are female. And
Hasn't.
Most
Now, black women are
you said what?
most men aren't teachers because it don't pay enough for them to support a family.
Right. But he ain't talking about that. Notice though, he ain't saying anything about that part. You know, let's keep it moving.
just a little bit ahead of the boys as far as education, but guess what? They're not that far ahead. Okay, they're far behind white women, and they're not near the top. Those will be Asian women. 62% of Asian women are educated, have a bachelor's degree. Only less than 29% of black women have a bachelor's degree. So I don't know where this chicken mentality comes from that black women have. Okay, they've been telling that same lie for the past 15 years about them being the most educated. The same lie keeps getting repeated. And when you see a stat about black boys, they want to crow like they're the king of the hill. And I say, fine. If you don't want black men, let them go. Leave them alone. Let them go. There won't be any confusion because I get tired of hearing black men coming over here trying to get us to come back and try to clean up your mess. So my thing is, don't acquiesce. Don't muddy the water.
No, I think in order to clean the mess is get rid of y'all. I think the first thing needs to be done is get rid of y'all. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
As far as the magistrate is concerned, y'all doing a bang up job because we couldn't convince black men to go the other way if you weren't screwing up. And y'all think all this hand waving about how dysfunctional black men are is going to make us feel bad and kiss your behind. It's doing the exact opposite. Y'all think that all that bad talk for the passport bros was going to kill the movement and bring the black men back and make them feel bad. No, it did the exact opposite. More of them left. In fact, you guys sung so loud and screamed so loud, the white boys and the Latinos joined us.
Wait, stop. Wait. Now that's a crock of shit. White boys called it geomaxing. White boys been making geomaxing videos longer than black men. Geomaxing. That's if you listen to people like Stardust and people like Sandman, BGS, geomaxing. White men been doing it longer than black men when it comes to passport bro bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Lana. He's clearly confused. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's clearly confused. Mm-hmm. Damn. This old Negro, I'm telling you.
Y'all have it so loud, we started a blackmail political agenda that spread through the Ice Cube effect.
Spread through the Ice Cube effect? You said you had a blackmail agenda that spread through the Ice Cube. Ice Cube didn't mention black women or black men. Ice Cube mentioned black people. What the hell are you talking about? You see, if you're going to dissect and deconstruct Big J Triple X, or you're going to dissect and deconstruct anybody, BGS, I think you might want to put some links in the description box with the links, the timestamps, and all of that to show that to back up your claims up, nigga.
And that was just 4 years ago. You guys' mouths with social media were so bad that hell, people start picking it up. Black men start jumping on board left and right. And now the Democrats and other kind of folks do not know what to do.
But I know what to do. Break up YouTube, break up Google, and take away y'all's money. How y'all make money off of sexism. That's my idea of get rid of the manosphere and the divestor community and the pink pill and the black women's empowerment and in MGTOW. You know what? To get rid of y'all who routinely
What did
build yourselves off of hate speech. You jackass.
what did he say about black women being the most educated? What did he say?
Hold on. Let me rewind that. Right. Let me go back to that.
Rose was going to kill the movement and bring the black men to clean up your mess. So my thing is, don't acquiesce. Don't muddy the waters. As far as the magistrate is concerned, y'all doing a bang up job.
No, let me go back to here.
This we call the ADOS community. Get yourself away from this craziness we call black women, because they don't know what the hell they want for the most part. And like I said, they love this. They love this dysfunction. They crave this dysfunction. Look at their videos. Look at the songs that they like. Look at the TikToks and the posts that they put up. Black women thrive in dysfunction. That's why they pick dudes that are dysfunctional. Black women always forget, little boys are your children. And if they fail, that means you failed. If your child fails, that means you failed. But you want to try to blame it on men. All your woes, all your decisions, all your bad decisions are blamed on men because of lack of leadership. Nobody can lead you if you don't follow, baby. Patton said this in World War II. You lead, you follow, almost 4 out of 5 of your black politicians are female.
Okay, so he was saying that if black boys are not educated, and it's the failure of their mothers. Is that what he's saying? Because they don't lead?
Something like that. I'm it's the same old dribble, the same old, wash, rinse and repeat bullshit.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? Okay, so the women can go get educated, but they still fail because their sons are not educated. But
right,
if a woman cannot teach a boy to be a man, why wouldn't a man be there to lead that young man so he would understand how important his education would be?
Notice what he just said contradict what he said 10 minutes prior. When we talk about black men sacrificing for their daughters to be educated, so she won't be she won't be harassed by the hands of white men. That contradict.
Right. So what did you do with your son?
Right. So what happened to your son then, nigga? See, he contradicted himself. And I'm getting tired of people praising this so-called man when he just sit there and contradict himself in the same video.
Because he just be talking out his ass, man. He just be talking out his ass. He be spitting that booty chopper. Well,
yeah.
Shut up.
He must have dementia, because damn, he didn't remember what he just said earlier. We was talking. He said, what about failing because of the father? I guess he flies include them because he know they're not there anyway. He does know that they're not. Yeah, okay. Let me get out of there. Yeah. Let me go ahead and play this some more.
When they don't want to lead, they want a boss, but they don't want to lead. When you put them in power, just like you have now, almost 4 out of 5 of your black politicians are female. How has it helped us? It hasn't. Well, most of your black teachers are female. How has it helped your students? It hasn't. Now, black women are just a little bit ahead of the boys as far as education, but guess what? They're not that far ahead. Okay, they're far
Stop.
behind white women, and
That's a lie. So let's drop some facts on his ass. The National Center for Education Statistics shows that when it comes to education, associate's degrees obtained by black males is 10.1 to black females 13.6. Bachelor's degree for black males is 8.8 to females 11.5. Master degrees for black males is 11.0 to black females 14.0. Doctorate degrees 8.0 for black males to black females 11.9. So there is no little bit of nothing, sir. Y'all not going to go get no goddamn education. What is he talking about?
Right.
they're
White.
definitely not near the top.
Go ahead.
When it comes to white females, white males obtain associate's degrees at a 51.9% rate to the white female 47.8% rate. Bachelor's degrees 61.0 for white males to 57.3 white female. Master degrees 62.9 for white males to 60.9 for white females. 65.2 for white males in doctorate to 61.6 to white females. So white males go get, and they have more education than their female counterparts, which is the opposite in the black community. We just need to shut the fuck up and go read something and study some data and stop saying this bullshit. Go out here and tell these men to better themselves and stop predicating their fucking lives on what the fuck these women is doing. Because the only thing that women have been doing is trying to fucking survive
Right.
without the cooperation of most black men. And that's not to shit on black men or none of that. It just is what the fuck it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's keep
Even
playing.
let's talk fucking Jasmine Crockett. Let's talk about her. She got a nigga right now sitting up here trying to vie for her seat. Nigga, where was you at before she took the seat?
Mm.
When, well, who was it? Eddie Bernice Johnson? When she was coming toward the end of her career or the end of her life, nigga, where was you at? But when you see this woman up here in the spotlight saying the things that she's saying, being unapologetically black and not apologizing for being black and calling out the shit that's going on to black. For some reason, they make black men uncomfortable for black women to be like, we see you people for what you're doing to us as a demographic of people. For whatever reason, a lot of black men feel like we shouldn't say that, but a lot of black women are, and that makes them uncomfortable. Now he wants to get up. I'm gonna take her seat. Where was you before she got the seat?
But I'm gonna make a video on Jasmine Crockett. I was thinking about doing a video on her because there's something that she said that I agree with, but then I don't agree with. When she was on, you know what? I'm gonna finish finish this subject about BGS, but I'm gonna talk about her about that statement
But
which she
it's
said.
just the fact that black men don't do shit till they see a black woman in that position. Why is we our competition? Why is we the litmus test?
Because I'll say it because black women are more vocal. That's why, and the more vocal women are, it takes the spotlight off of men. I'm just telling you what it is. It's the
Then go
image.
for
It's the image of who's vocal. You know, and
then
it's
stop being a mealy mouth little pussy and open your mouth and speak if that's what it is. But we not your competition.
Well, I'm just telling you what 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 it looks like
It don't
to
matter what
you
it
know.
look like. We not the competition. We're never the competition. We're the complements. We're not the competition.
Again, I'm telling you what
That's why we
you know
can't
what.
get nowhere. Because instead of us letting us play to our strength is we can open our mouth and say something. And instead of men getting where they fit inside of there, you want to compete with us. We not gonna get nowhere with y'all fucking competing against us. Our goal is forward mobility. It's not to compete with black men.
Okay,
Black
okay.
men see black women doing something. Oh, I gotta compete and sit this bitch down. What are you doing? Pick up the torch and carry it. Don't set me on fire.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Those would be Asian women. 62% of Asian women are educated, have a bachelor's degree. Only less than 29% of black women have a bachelor's degree. So I don't know where this kick mentality comes from that black women have. Okay, they've been telling that same lie for the past 15 years about them being the most educated. The same lie keeps getting repeated. And when you see a stat about black boys, they want to crow like they're the king of the hill. And I say, fine. If you don't want black men, let them go. Leave them alone. Let them go. There won't be any confusion because I get tired of hearing black men coming over here trying to get us to come back and trying to clean up your mess. So my thing is don't acquiesce. Don't muddy the waters. As far as magistrate is concerned, y'all doing a bang up job because we couldn't convince black men to go the other way if you weren't screwing up. And y'all think all this hand waving about how dysfunctional black men are is going to make us feel bad and kiss your behind. It's doing the exact opposite. Y'all think that all that bad talk for the passport bros was going to kill the movement and bring the black men back and make them feel bad. No, it did the exact opposite. More of them left. In fact, you guys sung so loud and screamed so loud, the white boys and the
Say what?
I said this here crazy.
Mm, yeah, but we already. Yeah. He break the passport. I mean, let's move on to the. Let's move forward because he was on something else. Let's move forward.
Charity Jordan.
Let's, let's move forward. Yeah, hold on.
Let's move
Yeah.
forward.
This is yeah. This is BGS, y'all. This is BGS. Yeah, the master teacher. This right here's y'all master teacher right here. You know what I'm saying? Come on, play.
dysfunctional and they're unhappy. And black men are dysfunctional and unhappy. That's why SBM is all over the place, baby. Can't stop it. It's penetrated down into the elementary levels. That's how far it's penetrated. Thank you.
Wow, it penetrate to the elementary level. See, now this is the reason why I said though that manosphere, these red pill, these hate speech groups need to be investigated. Anyway, keep it moving.
So no, I agree with Big J Triple X.
Oh, you
100%.
really?
Do not acquiesce.
Ah,
Keep the fight. Keep them
really?
walls up. Keep that same energy you had over the past 150 years. Don't lose it. Keep it up. So I agree with Big J Triple X. Don't acquiesce. Hell no, we don't deserve it. You're right. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve the crap that you've been giving us. Exactly. We don't. Your acquiescence comes with a too high a price. We don't deserve it. We deserve to be treated fairly and get an honest shot, which you can't get with black women. All them black men that work themselves to death for you guys, and y'all, ooh, we bad leadership. Get the entire hell.
shit. Oh man, no, bruh. Try to, high pitched voice. Oh shit. You said BJ sound like a pure beta. Yeah, he sound pure beta. He's beta. Yeah, he's beta.
Out of here with that crap. Go do it yourself. You bad. You're the most educated. You're the most successful. You're the most powerful. You're queens of the world. You go do it by your doggone self. I'm telling the brothers, man, Esther La Vista, peace. We out.
Most of these women do go through
Oh,
it by themselves. I mean, that's just the honest to God truth. We just gotta start telling the truth and have honest conversations. Most of these women do go through it by themselves. Why? Because we got old ass niggas that want to sit up here and talk about how they don't have to wear a condom because a woman is not demanding them to do such. We got old ass men that talk about how child support is unfair for babies that they create, and they leave these women out here alone with these children. These
mhm.
women are doing it by themselves. So, what are you talking about?
Oh
It
shit.
doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
Oh shit, man. This is when he said he agreed with me. What the hell, nigga? What you agree with me about? Shit. What you agree with me about? Yeah, I said because of social media, black women are not going to act accurate as on the black men. It's too late for that. And I'm a black man telling y'all that y'all are not, and and if y'all don't. I'm not mad about that. It's just that it's too late to it's too late because the manosphere and these idiots online made it had destroyed whatever goodwill that may may have happened. Y'all, it's been destroyed. So I don't blame women for backing away from men, from black men, you know. And yes, it painful for me to say it? Yes. And did it happen? Based upon yes. Based upon what happened on YouTube? Yes. You know? So yeah, you know. But anyway, that's I'm at the last second, so he got nothing else to say on the last second. So let me just stop for sharing what he's talking about. So
BBS is
yeah.
retarded. BBS slow. He's slow as hell. He could have killed it. What you tag me in this dumb shit for?
Now, no. I asked him about Grinch. He didn't want to talk about that. He didn't want to talk about that bullshit about uh what's it called, the birth control trap. He avoided all of that, but he avoided all of that though. But he didn't want to he didn't address that bullshit he said on his other live stream. But he want to talk about something that has nothing to do with him because we mentioning him
Well,
in,
that's
in
what he said at the beginning of the damn video. He said he didn't want to watch the entire live stream, so he went looking for something. What? You had to watch. He had to watch your live stream. Then he had to watch my live stream. Then he had to watch your other live stream. That's the
mm,
whole 3 hours right there. So if you could watch all three of those live streams, you could have watched the video that actually was to you.
uh, yeah, to him. Yeah, that was addressing him especially. This is how stupid he is. You know.
Like what? And then clearly he didn't watch. He didn't watch the content. He didn't watch the conversation that we was having. Because if he had, he wouldn't have been up there talking about black man was leading out of slavery. So what the fuck is you talking about? What is you talking about? What nobody talk about no damn slavery, sir? What's wrong with you?
Nobody mentioned slavery. That's the point. No, nobody mentioned slavery in all of that. You was talking me and you was basically was talking about the internet, recent, the last 25 years at least, right? We were talking
Right.
about that. Whether the black woman of the late 20th and early 20th 21st century, how we going to I was talking about everything since the 90s on up till today, right? I said, well, how is that going to, how black women going to act resist after all the messaging that's been spewed online, you know?
I might actually respond to him in a video format because, you can't have no conversation with BGS without him acting like an ass clown.
Right,
So I'm not
right.
gonna even try to have no conversation with him, but
Hmm.
I'll respond to him in a video format. I don't know how good the response is gonna be because this video is asinine at best. What
Hmm.
the hell is you sitting up here talking about? Talking about the
Yeah.
master teacher. What did it say? The master teacher responds or whatever the hell.
Yeah. The channel's called the Master Teacher Responds channel. Yeah.
We wasn't even talking to you. So what the hell you responded to?
Nobody said a word to him or about him. He want to respond to that, but yet he don't want to respond to all the other videos that I included me into. You know, but yeah, I'm gonna get to bed. It's almost 8 o'clock p.m. A.m. So yeah, I gotta work tonight and shit. So
Oh, you work
where-
tonight?
yeah, unfortunately,
I'm off
yeah,
tonight.
unfortunately. Oh, lucky you. But yeah, I gotta go work tonight, and I'm gonna see. Yeah. So yeah,
It's our download these things.
I'm gonna take my broke ass and to work, and
Oh wait,
hope I get paid on Wednesday. I got shit.
BGS he an avatar, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just so I know how I'm gonna respond. Cause hell, I'm not responding to avatars with my face. I'm gonna respond to their ass with an avatar too. Avatar ass niggas.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and do that then. You know. But yeah.
What you talking about? I hope you get paid on Wednesday.
I do get paid on Wednesday.
I was say, what you mean hope? You gonna get paid? Shit.
Shit. I want to get shit. I got shit. I need to pay for shit. Them bills are piling up. Well, ain't really
I
piling
got a
up, but
bonus.
shit.
I got a
Oh yeah, that
bonus last
bonus.
last pay period.
Oh, wait a minute. That bonus is supposed to come up at the end of the month. That's right.
For
Damn,
what?
that's right. Oh,
What is the bonus for?
yeah. We get bonuses every quarter of the year. Like every what 3 months, 4 months, we get a bonus.
We we got a bonus. I didn't even know what the hell that shit was. Okay. I was like, I had, because I got my money set up in various accounts or whatever. So I went to go check my account and I was like, what the hell is this?
Hmm.
I know where the money came from. I was like, I don't know where this money came from, but whatever. Went on about my business and then my coworker, he was like, can I ask you a question? And I was like, sure. It was like, did you get some extra money on your pay? I was like, oh, okay. So it happened to you too? Oh, okay. So that's what
Shit, shit. If they give my black ass money, and if they pay me my mistake, I'm keeping the money. I said, fuck y'all. That's y'all's mistake, ain't mine. Shit, that's y'all mistake. Shit, shit. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna hang it up. I've been I've been half-ass sleep last night. I was over there on Ty Cities talking about tariffs and shit, and he got me on the panel. We talking about tariffs. Yeah, it's yeah. I'm waiting for the stock market to crash. Uh, this in a few hours, couple hours. So
And shit, it need to go on and credit so I can decide what I'm gonna invest in. Go ahead. Fall
Yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah. Fall down to $1. You know, I want some of the stocks to fall to $1. Oh, wait a minute. I do have some gold though. I think I have a gold coin and some silver. Maybe. Yeah, yeah. I might survive for a few weeks. Spe- especially with them gold coins and the in them silver coins and shit.
But we gonna see what he do.
Hmm. Yeah, about to hold on. Just as when I was about to end this, let me see what silent is on.
On the road again. Oh man.
What happened to your truck?
So it's this little box. It's probably like a 5x5 box that all the power of the truck is routed through, and the relay went bad in it.
You talking about the DSG box?
What is it? It's like the PCMD, something like that.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
probably the same type of thing, for this type of truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he came with a mallet, hit it, and it came on. Drove back to the shop. He replaced it real quick, and now I'm back on the road.
I was gonna
How,
say,
how,
what you
how,
mean
how, how,
he did it and left? Shit.
it, it, it must have been quick. It must be quick for him it must be quick for him to fix it. To
Yeah,
put a
yeah, it
new
was
one
it was
on.
just a little box of quick. He just took one off a truck that was working, and he gonna order another one, and then he just put this one on for temporarily.
Okay. Okay.
The good thing about it, I wasn't that far from the shop. Like I just got loaded up from another area of ours, and so I wasn't that far from the shop. So that's what made it a little bit quicker.
Okay.
But man, I'm just happy I was on the highway.
So like you had to drop that load
Oh
where
no,
you
no,
was at.
he was cool. He was able to hit it, and then it came on for us, for a little while. It came on enough so I can make it back to the shop for him to
No, I mean,
replace it.
oh, okay.
Uh,
All right.
FCS
Shit.
in the same about style.
Well, if you was in Texas, Tire City would have put one on there for you.
You know, oh, shit,
If
that'd
you
been
was in
cool.
if you was in Dallas, Tire City would have fixed it for you. Man, but he probably sleep because that live stream of his it went off on 2 o'clock in the morning. So he probably sleep. He said he gonna do live tonight. I said, man, you ain't gonna do no live tonight. Fuck that, man. You
Tell
gonna
Ty
drop.
City to unblock me.
Okay. Now
Yeah,
I'm thinking about boot. I'm thinking about let me shut up. Let me shut up. I'm about to say something. Never mind.
I
I ain't
thought
gonna give
about
that person. Huh?
I thought about going to school, diesel mechanic. Shit, if VA
Mm-hmm.
would pay for it, I'm thinking about going to do a whole bunch of things. Whatever they pay for, just go learn some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. He in that diesel mechanic shit. Yeah.
I thought about like starting off on like the smaller engines, then
Mm-hmm.
all the way up to diesel. Especially if
Man,
they're
he
gonna pay
making
for it. So
man,
You
he
said
making some
something
mad
mechanic.
money. Ty City making some mad money being that diesel mechanic. Man, he making some mad ass money with that shit.
oh man, some of that stuff's starting to flood over here. We got a lot of rain. These these little lakes and rivers a little higher than it usually is right now.
Mm-hmm. But, but yeah though. But I'm about to go to bed though, Silent. So I know you know. I know you just got up here. We were about to leave and you came on. So
All right.
it's bright. It's bright where you at.
Oh yeah, I'm heading towards that way. Yeah.
Mm, okay.
And then what's crazy is like I got out, put the little triangles out, I was like, oh, maybe I should stay in direct traffic. I was like, no. Something told me in my head said, get back in that truck. A few minutes later, a
Shit.
lady fucking drove right through it. The only thing that made her stop because she heard her crush him and she's like slammed on her brakes. I was like, if I was out there, she would have hit my ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best thing
Let me
you
see
you
if
know
I see
you put the combs out,
it.
you be inside it. You put the combs out, you be inside the truck. So
And
yeah.
what's so funny was it was a sheriff right behind her. And he said, was those laying down like that? I was like, no. I said, she drove through them. He said, okay, thank you. Somebody on their way. I was like, yep. He's all right. And he sped. I think he got her because he took off. Because that means
Mm,
she wasn't paying no attention. Because I had them, you know how you got to do the 50, then 100 feet out and all that type of stuff.
right, right, right.
Man, she drove through that shit.
Mm.
Fuck your cones, nigga. Fuck your cones.
Yeah, so I had to get some new. I had to go back there. I need some new triangles too. Shit.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. You talking about the little ass triangles?
Yes.
They look like little like paper, like very thin.
Yeah, they thin, but like it's what I'm saying, they little bit off the ground. I mean, it
Yeah,
was enough
yeah.
for her to see it though. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right,
where they
right,
were at,
right.
because I put them far in the back, and then plus, if you're looking straight, you'll see a big ass red truck. So that means
Mm-hmm.
she had to be looking down, and she ran into the thing. That's what made her stop because she ran it over. And she thought to hit her car.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right then. Yeah. Well, I wasn't expect this live stream to be this long. I was planning on being an hour or 2 hour long live stream. Wasn't going to say I was going to talk about 1945 and stuff, and you can't just put the toothpaste back into the tube, perspective. So, but it branched off into something else. So, yeah.
Wasn't that the
So,
end of the Second World War,
yeah,
1945?
yeah. Because I was saying though, because of because there was so many things going on. It's like the technology change where because you split the atom because of nuclear energy the person you can't depend on the coal miner. A man like 4 or 5 men piling up a coal box is being replaced. So and plus you got um anti-colonial movements, anti-racial movements, feminism. The second wave of feminism started. So you couldn't stop all these social movements because the Second World War freed those or helped free those individuals who was historically been um, maligned, and
Mm.
that was the point. That was the point I was making, that they trying to get people back to pre World War II. You know, um, I was that was the point I was trying to make. I might do a part two to that. So because I ain't really finished out my thoughts on that because other because of the circumstances of what's going on. So yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna
Because I
jump off
think
of
with
here.
the
Go ahead.
pre-segregation, I think it has its pros and cons. The who was it?
I was
Was it
I,
E.D. Du Bois? His tithe the tenth thing. We went on that method, and you see how that ended. Like you talking about take the top 10%. Well, those top 10%, they went to be with the white folks. They went and moved out there. They didn't come back to teach the other people. They left.
oh, you talking about the Boule class with the talented 10?
Yeah.
I
Instead of them
I I,
coming
I
back, they stayed out there. They oh no, they want to get
well
away.
well well Well, I don't know. I think that's better than Booker T. Washington. And you know what? Let me not get started. Booker T. Washington. That's
I think Booker T. It was better like train everybody. Train everybody.
no. But
He was cooning. He was
Book.
cooning.
Yeah, he was cooning his ass off. But Booker T was cooning. I don't think the people actually read Booker T. Washington's speeches and actually listen to what and actually read what he was actually saying, because some of the shit you'd be like, that's some coon ass shit.
You know what Booker T. Washington was doing? He was playing the two ends against the middle. He was funding movements that gave Black people upward mobility while he was positioning himself to appear as one of the safe Negroes for his own benefit. So he was playing the two ends against the middle with his.
So
he
it's
was
both
like
sides.
yeah, he was a half coon. He was a half coon. But
The-
if I was to look at what he had to say, because I mean, don't get me wrong, he did a good thing with Tuskegee University, right? But when you look at him as a thought leader, the shit that he was saying was not very productive for Black folks in relation to white folks in the society. It puts Black folks in this subservient position, which is I don't agree with.
Like by
that was
learning
his-
trades.
Huh?
By learning trades. I thought he was
No,
on like
learning
learning
trades was
trades.
a good thing. That was part of what he did at Tuskegee University. That was fine. It was the shit that they were saying when they decided that he needed to be a voice for Black people.
Okay.
That's where shit becomes problematic.
Yeah, okay, read up on the war.
The Atlanta Compromise.
Right. Yeah, the Atlanta Compromise speech. That's one bad thing, and then him supporting his speeches when he supported the war to take over Cuba. If you read some of that, you'd be like, "What the fuck? This is some coon ass shit." You know, you'd be like, "Huh?" Yeah. So yeah, you read it, then do you understand why I have no respect is not the
Booker
right
T.
word.
Washington used to say shit that Negroes hold no animosity toward whites for the institution of slavery. Nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? Who told you that? Where you get that from? And why would you say something like that? Because that's not true.
Another
Booker T.
dream
was
deferred.
very interesting. Very interesting.
But anyway, y'all, I'm gonna hang this up. It's been 4 hours, so
All right.
Don't eat nothing. Just go to sleep. Then eat when you wake up.
I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to eat.
Say you don't want to.
sleep.
Good, yeah, because you don't want to eat on a. You don't go to sleep. You don't want to go to sleep on a full stomach because you won't be resting. Just be your stomach be working.
When I eat a pot roast, man, I'll be sleeping. I don't know about that. Anyway. Yeah, but anyway, let me get out of here. So yeah, but thank y'all for coming. So I'll see y'all next time. I'm tired, y'all. Peace.
All right, get some rest, brother man.
All right, goodbye.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.